I'd like to call the meeting of the Water, Waste and Environment Committee to order on this fine March 10th day. I think we're going to get snow. We are meeting here on Treaty 1 land. It is the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples. It is also the homeland of the Red River, national homeland of the Red River Métis. We receive our water, which this committee deals with, from Shoal Lake 40, which is in Treaty 3 territory. I'm Councillor Ross Eady. I'm your chairperson today. I'm the city councillor for the Mynarski ward. And with me, my colleagues, I have Councillor Chambers from the St. Norbert Seine River ward. We have Councillor Mays from the St. Patel ward, and we have Sherry Rollins from the
Fort Rouge, East Fork.
Fort Rouge, yeah, sorry, East Fork area I had in my head. Thank you, Councillor Rollins. And with us from the public service, our main contributor from Water, Waste and the Environment is Mr. Tim Shanks. And he's brought a team of people with him today. We have some very expensive, difficult reports to deal with today. And also from the public service, we have our senior clerk, Mr. Brendan Harris. I would like Councillor Rollins, would you move the minutes of the Water, Waste and Environment Committee meeting of February 3rd, 2025?
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor? Nobody's opposed. I understand we need a motion. There's a delegation that we would like to appear.
Mr. Chair, I'm having technical difficulties. This computer is driving me wild. So I'm either gonna ask for a technical brief. Okay, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Is it something we can work out while delegations speak?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Mays, you've got a motion to hear additional delegations?
Yes, Mr. Corlick wanted to speak to the sewer rates and the solid waste utility financial plan.
All right, so you're moving to hear that delegation. All those in favor?
Aye.
No. Anyway, that passes. And Mr. Corlick, we will call you up when it's your turn. Prior to that, we have our first delegation in Mr. David Grant, I believe.
Correct.
And is he via Zoom or?
He is over Zoom. David, I'm just going to ask you to turn on your video and unmute your mic, and you'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation.
And Mr. Grant, you know the procedure, right? So, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. And thank you for inviting delegations. I believe this time you can be assured that public concern goes far beyond your list of delegations. We're all pleased to see Brian Mays return to this SPC. He has devoted so many years to its missions and brings so much knowledge to the table. So glad to see him here. And start with topic 4. Perhaps you should add to this action items list. Don't just consult with utility customers. The mayor has recognized that much more is needed. If current water users were to pay current expenses and to pay for prior mistakes and the ongoing construction, we all know that many businesses will not survive that. Step 1 is to use every dollar collected from water users over the past decades to pay for the sewage plant and the CSO reduction in 25-26. If that means replenishing the sewer fund from current taxes, so be it. The money was collected for this plant and should be applied to build the thing and to keep it running and to separate the sewers, because that's why we paid extra for our water over the years. Your SPC should remember that until the CSO, combined sewer overflow, problem is eliminated, every rainstorm will double sewage volumes. The sewage plant that I worked at years ago, we had a great big dial in the main control panel, which was the volume of water being handled. And you could tell when there was a thunderstorm go by, it went from the sort of 9 o'clock position to the midnight or 2 o'clock position, if it was a clock, as the water hit the sewers. And that's because that city had a lot of combined sewers. This was more than 50 years ago. But anyway, so until we solve that CSO problem, our handling sewage and handling the sewage from an increasing number of residences, we're putting up a lot of apartment buildings, and each one of those generates a lot. So until we solve this combined sewer problem, a rainstorm means we don't have capacity. So that's it's not just polluting the river; it's being able to service those homes. So I suggest that you separate your sewers, and your plant will serve far more people at far lower cost. Capacity was the reason that Windsor created the research position that I accepted over 50 years ago. As I've reported here for years, the BOD reduction, biological oxygen demand reduction methods that I published 50 years ago and used to reduce river pollution in the 70s. That was all published and used through the 70s to reduce pollution in Ontario and other places that read that article. It's an ongoing disappointment that Winnipeg has not yet completed its combined sewer elimination program. Nothing you can do about that now, but I would ask that you not cut back on the spending on that one. In future, before approving major expenditures, perhaps listening to outside experts when they bring forward dissenting opinions and facts. Before accepting a dubious cost estimate, like a huge increase on anything, perhaps a review of the cost of previous analogous projects should be considered. Let's hope your new construction engineer has a report nearly ready to issue on this one. After all, there are thousands of advanced nutrient removal systems now in service outside of Manitoba. For about $1 billion, Calgary was able to make a huge expansion in their plant, and their plant is far bigger than ours, their main sewage plant. And I was just questioning how many other new sewage plants exist that have similar capacity to ours, and how many of them cost less. So that's something that my just spending a few minutes on didn't solve that. Put a lot of data there, but it's out there. So I would offer you the following comment. Before accepting the opinions of those with an apparent conflict of interest, next time perhaps give a little more credence to those with no such conflict, especially those who disagree with your consultants. Those aligned with large corporate...
Sorry, Mr. Grant, what conflict? What are you talking?
Okay.
Who has a conflict?
I said apparent conflict. So if you're working for the company that...
If you have no proof or anything, I suggest you don't go down that avenue.
Okay. This isn't a criminal allegation. This is just a statement of fact that if the company that you're going to pay for a service is the one that defines how much of the service you should have after you've got a contract with them, whether it's supplying notepads or something else like that. But if the company is defining the scope of the work halfway through the job, that's something. If they were just supplying you with material goods, then that's something that they define the income they're going to get. And in most commercial contracts, we have wording that prevents that. When you're doing a design build, and I was in the middle of some of those, when you're doing a design build, there's always an apparent conflict of whether the extra work, which means more profit, gives extra value to the customer. So it's just inherent with the design build, and that's what we have here. We didn't have it completely designed before we started the sewage plant. So it's not any matter of criminal intent or anything like that. It's just that every time you have that kind of contract, there is an interest by the person making the definition of terms and scope of work to increase their income. It's easy and it's there every time. And it's just a part of that kind of job. Anyway, I'm suggesting that where the city was offered the idea of putting flocculation into service at that plant quite a few years ago. And it's unfortunate that that was completely ignored, that suggestion. It was estimated that that would cost about $1 million. and it could have been done in a year or two. That was quite a few years ago. And instead, now we're talking about thousands of millions of dollars because we ignored that. Now, we might have had to increase solids handling. That's obvious. But it would have been a great first step, and it would have cleaned up the effluent a lot. And it's ironic that here we are, having ignored the committee, having ignored the idea of just doing a quick phosphorus removal. And now we have a bigger problem.
Mr. Grant, hold on a moment. One of our colleagues here has a,
Councilor Edi,
Yeah.
you know, to say that the committee ignored things is considering motive and, you know, Mr. Grant.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. I would object entirely with that. It suggests nothing about motive. It suggests that when something is put forward.
Time out,
You're
hold
the-
it, time out right now.
You're the chair, You're the
I'm
chair.
Councillor Rollins.
you're the
and,
chair, and
You're reflecting some of my concerns.
Lies all the time.
There's no accusation against any one person. He's just talking about the process of how this design build is moving forward.
correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna let him make comments in that regard, and then we can ask him questions.
I'm not interested in
If you
asking
want.
him questions when he's impugning
All right.
previous committees' intent on being ignorant
Okay,
and ignoring.
okay, Councillor.
Okay. My last,
Okay.
can I go
All
ahead?
right.
Edie?
Go ahead.
Okay, what I'm suggesting is that when these ideas were put forward, they were entirely affordable, they were achievable, and I would say that the fact is that when an idea is put forward and it does not get any discussion at SPC, it does not get any instruction to the staff to carry it out, in effect, it has been ignored. The people have listened, the people on SPC have listened, and they have contemplated it in their heads, but they haven't discussed it at committee. And I would say that is analogous. It's very much like ignoring. It's not completely ignoring because obviously you listened. And but as far as if acting on it, that didn't happen. So perhaps ignoring is too strong a word, but to not reflect the advice you were given in the actions you took is something that is a fact. And I will leave it at that. And I'm sorry it had to get all angry like that, but it does not impugn motive. Yes, these
I
are
wouldn't,
things.
now anyway, we were a little concerned because you're using some words that have negative connotations. That's what happened. It's not.
Right, and if you see the point.
You're using language that has the connotation of accusation and whatever, but that's fine.
Okay.
You're almost done.
Yes, and I think that's the point I wanted to make in my last paragraph, was that the design build concept that I as an engineer have been a part of for a big chunk of my life does bring with it a certain element of trust that the people who have control over scope also happen to work for an entity. They don't get more money necessarily. They work for an entity whose profit goes up when the scope goes up. And that's whether you want to call that an apparent COI, since we can't use those words, or something else. It is one of the issues. And the other issue is that when an idea, a different idea is suggested and it does not garner any discussion or action, it's a whole lot like it being ignored, but perhaps ignored does impugn motive, and we don't want to go there. So that was all. I hope, I'm sorry I triggered people, but there we go. And thank you.
Do any of my colleagues have questions? No, I have, I always, it's always interesting to hear your perspective, Mr. Grant, but first thing I'm gonna point out to you, the scope of the North End Water Pollution Control Center was laid out in 2003 by the regulator, licensor of our sewer and water systems in this city. And and I would also point out, you can disagree or not, but the whole idea behind a design build, or in this case, we're talking progressive design build. The goal is to save money. Would you not agree with that?
Yes, because the cost, as we all know, the cost of designing where every pipe and pump goes and the size of every pump, the cost of doing that kind of detailed design, if you haven't done it before, would be exorbitant. Now, if you're doing the exact same factory that you just designed somewhere in Texas 5 years ago, then the cost of having an exact design is almost zero. But where you're doing a whole lot of innovation, then the design build is much cheaper than having to specify it all out in the first place. But as far as scope, I would say there are two definitions of scope. One is what was done 20 years ago, 20 plus years ago, of we want to do this with this much flow. Then the other scope is whether there should be 2 pumps or 1 pump, and whether the pipe should be 6 inches or 10 inches in diameter. Those kind of scope changes are the things that
Right, so you're gonna design or plan for us. Okay, thank you. I would point out, you mentioned Calgary. $1 billion. What year was that built?
I believe that estimate was 2 or 3 years ago. So yeah, there's escalation and so on, but
Are you aware of North Vancouver's current serious issue? Who's building maybe not quite as big, but a similar kind of water pollution control center?
I with respect, I did not get into this in as much detail as if it was my job, but I did. I just looked at the Calgary example, and the basic principle is the same. And you're very right, and I'm very pleased to see that you've raised one more topic, because that's the sort of thing that this SPC and our construction engineer and council should be looking into when we are contemplating a huge expenditure. Is
And
that
we
last
are
one
moving
cost?
ahead with that, just so you understand. The mayor's been very clear about our chief construction officer.
Exactly.
And, I'm sure our chief construction officer will be having a look at the newest estimate of cost for Project 3, the nutrient removal portion, which is mandated by the province of Manitoba, the licensor. So
Yes, I agree very much, and thank you for bringing that up. And that's why I have been favoring and supporting the idea of hiring that person for that position. And it's something we need, and I'm sure things will be done very well. But I just wanted to raise those aspects of it for you. And thank you for your time.
that's right. We're also going to have in the shorter term future some amendments to governance over the new PIC project. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Grant.
Thank you.
Our next delegation, Brendan.
So up next, we have Alexis Canoe, Executive Director of the Lake Winnipeg Foundation, to be heard in opposition to reports 1 and 2.
And in the audience or advisory?
She's coming up front.
So you understand you have 10 minutes to make your presentation, and pretty sure our colleagues will have some questions for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Councillors Chambers, Mays, and Rollins. As expected, the new cost estimate for biological nutrient removal at New PIC is astronomical. 1.491 billion, up 80% from the 2018 estimate. Once upon a time, the cost of all 3 phases of upgrades at New PIC was just a fraction of what you are now being asked to approve today for phase 3 alone. I think it is fair to say that this project has gotten away on us. And I agree with Mayor Gillingham's comments last week. Ratepayers in Winnipeg cannot be held financially accountable for the cost overruns of a project that was to have been completed in 2014. Different funding sources must be explored. At the same time, improved sewage treatment is an urgent priority in Winnipeg, and I appreciate that both the current council and city staff recognize this urgency and are committed to finding solutions. In the City of Winnipeg's 2020 infrastructure plan, New PIC upgrades are rightfully listed as top priorities. The biosolids facility, priority number 1, because biosolids capacity is projected to run out in 4 to 6 years, and we are now in a race against time to ensure that the new facilities are complete by 2030. The main driver for this project identified in the infrastructure plan is growth. Biological nutrient removal facilities are priority number 4 in the infrastructure plan, and the main driver for that project is regulatory. As today's report states, this project is required to meet the city's Environment Act license. Provincial requirements in that license include, among others, the requirement to meet a total phosphorus limit of 1 milligram per liter, the requirement to meet a total nitrogen limit of 15 milligrams per liter, the requirement to use biological methods to reduce nutrients, and the requirement to maximize the reuse of biosolids. 60 years ago, jurisdictions around the eastern Great Lakes were faced with the same dilemma that you face now. Increasing algal blooms on those lakes were raising public concern, causing ecological and economic challenges. Municipal, provincial, and federal leaders wanted to know what was causing these blooms so that they could direct their investments to the right solutions and avoid wasting their money on conjecture. In response to these questions, the Experimental Lakes Area was formed, with the direct mandate to understand the causes, the consequences, and the controls of freshwater eutrophication. Now we have over 5 decades of peer-reviewed research at ELA, or as it's now referred to, IISD ELA. And that research has demonstrated conclusively that phosphorus is the cause of blue-green algal blooms in freshwater lakes. Research from IISD has been applied all over the world to successfully reduce algal blooms by reducing phosphorus loads. Here in Canada, in Switzerland, in Hungary, in Italy, in the US, in Austria, and Germany. And here in Manitoba for the health of Lake Winnipeg, because you councillors have to be recognized for implementing the interim phosphorus reduction solution at the North End Treatment Plant. I commend you for adopting this evidence-based approach that is fully aligned with ELA research. And I note that the City of Winnipeg funded this chemical phosphorus reduction solution in full by yourselves. In fact, the last time I spoke before this committee, it was in support of a budget revision for that project, which was approved by council at a total cost of $17 million. So City Council has already invested very strategically in sewage treatment infrastructure that can be leveraged to achieve phosphorus compliance by the provincial deadline of 2030. If efforts to seek other funding partners cause delays in completing the full Phase 3 project, it's still possible and imperative to achieve phosphorus compliance using existing infrastructure. This will demonstrate the city's commitment to improving sewage treatment and will ensure critical environmental protection for Lake Winnipeg. The chemical phosphorus reduction system has been up and running at NUPIC since June of last year. New infrastructure as part of the project includes a rail spur, a chemical storage building, a network of pipes and pumps, and it delivers ferric chloride to a total of 13 dosing points throughout the plant. Wastewater treatment plant operators can customize this highly adaptable system to adjust dose timing, amount, and location in order to maximize phosphorus removal while minimizing sludge production. So this system has incredible potential, but we are not yet using it to its full potential. As of the most recently published report in September of 2024, ferric chloride was being dosed at only 3 of 13 dosing points and at only 11% of the consultant's recommended rate. As city staff get increasingly familiar with this new system, this dosage must be increased and new dosing points must be added to realize the full potential of chemical phosphorus reduction. It's very important to note that Winnipeg's South End Water Pollution Control Centre first achieved phosphorus compliance in 2022 using ferric chloride. Phosphorus compliance was maintained via that chemical system at that plant through to September 2024, while the biological system was not yet complete. So just as at the South End plant, chemical phosphorus reduction can be made to work at NUPIC to achieve phosphorus compliance at or before the provincial deadline of 2030. Now that the city has rightfully invested in this chemical phosphorus reduction system, council must closely monitor its operations in the coming months and years. to ensure that ferric chloride doses are increased beyond 11% of the recommended rate, and that more of the 13 dosing points are added in order to achieve the phosphorus limit of 1 milligram per liter. I know you will be warned by department staff that chemical phosphorus reduction increases the production of sludge. As ferric chloride is mixed with the sewage, it binds with the phosphorus, it pulls it out of the liquid waste and into the solid waste. This prevents the phosphorus from being released downstream to the river, but it also results in bulkier sludge. In part to accommodate this sludge, and also in response to project delays, Water and Waste Department staff adjusted the design of the new biosolids facility back in 2022 to increase its capacity and extend its lifespan. The new digesters will now be sized to accommodate population growth to 2050 rather than 2037 as originally planned. The cost for this increased digester capacity, 13 years of additional sewage treatment capacity, was just $130 million. That is a steal of a deal, $130 million compared to 1.491 billion. And I'm certainly not saying that those two projects are interchangeable, but I am pointing out that there are workable options, feasible solutions to meet the phosphorus limit and extend the life of the plant that can be implemented now as we prudently consider alternative approaches and funding models for the high cost of phase 3 as described in today's reports. I urge you not to shoulder the full financial burden of phase 3 alone. This will be the largest infrastructure project in Winnipeg's history, a high-risk project that even the market is nervous to engage with. Other levels of government must step up to the plate, and in particular, the province of Manitoba must come to the table with a significant funding contribution. From my perspective, given that their regulatory requirements exceed evidence-based best practices for managing algal blooms, the province's financial contribution to phase 3 of NUPIC upgrades must be higher than the usual 1/3 split from other levels of government. In the meantime, even if you can't achieve all the provincial regulatory requirements by 2030, you can certainly achieve the most important one. The city can demonstrate its commitment to protecting Lake Winnipeg by meeting its phosphorus limit. Use the system that you have strategically already built to its maximum potential. If you commit to this approach, you will be on the right side of science, you will be demonstrating tangible progress to provincial regulators, and you will be making a sound decision to leverage your existing investment instead of placing new financial burdens on your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Holmes, you want
Yes, please, I have a question.
kind of quick here?
I have questions for Ms. Canoe.
Yeah, what? You can go first, then.
Thank you.
Councilor Chambers. Oh, go ahead, whoever.
We have some
You three
questions
decide
that
who's go.
I'll ask the public service, but through the chair. However, I appreciate very much that you're here with a very clear message to the province. You should be doing more than a 1/3 split. There are some ironies in being a municipally elected politician, and that and whether you're a local school trustee or you are a politician in municipal politics of the city of Winnipeg, my neck is the convenient one to hang out. Whether you're, a school trustee or a city councilor, it doesn't change. It's your neck that is the convenient one to hang out in matters of great importance, whether it is school-based funding or it is environmental climate issues of the most basic. And this is the most basic service Winnipeggers expect. It is, I can only add complexities and so can you. You've been very consistent over the years in what you would prefer us to do with our money. But when you say you agree ratepayers shouldn't shoulder the full burden, while I agree with you, there isn't really a concrete plan, is there? have you, I mean, budget consultations opened up provincially.
Mhm.
We received some money late in our fiscal year to the point we had to readjust budget last year, the 2024 budget,
Mhm.
because our budgets are out of sync with the province. Now, I can literally hear my words flying over people's heads on why that is actually something to talk about today. My question to you is, why would we put this off? Haven't we put this off enough when your thesis, and through the chair, when the thesis is this was a fraction of the cost once upon a time, and you're saying delay further. Help me cross that logical bridge.
From the beginning, my message has been accelerate phosphorus compliance. This is the evidence-based way to manage algal blooms. You have the infrastructure in place, already funded, already constructed at the plant to take that approach. Phosphorus compliance has
If I may,
unfortunately.
Mr. Chair, I don't mean, I really understand the phosphorus argument that has been consistent.
Yeah, no,
What I'm asking specifically, if I may, is that because you do conclude you need all of these projects. So is it not inconsistent to say, why isn't it inconsistent to say, and if you're going to say just phosphorus, cool. But I do really want you to lean into the funding sources, and I can ask it a
Yeah.
completely different way.
I have some concerns about the deadline of 2030 that the province has set. The report before you today projects a deadline of 2032, so it's already not meeting provincial requirements.
We're getting fined. And we're already getting fined potentially.
Are you getting
okay,
fined?
we're not having a debate.
As the
She's answered your question.
No, sorry, I don't think she has.
Well,
I'm
she
not
has from
intending
her
to debate.
perspective.
I'm
She's
actually
answered.
adding to her point. Also, they are looking to.
I don't know that we're getting penalized because we're projecting 2032. There's conversations happening between our public service and the public service of the province. So I wouldn't get into
For the effluent district.
any
You're right. I'll ask it again, Mr. Chair. So the strategy of delaying the inevitable, is it a strategy in delaying the inevitable? Why is this not wishful thinking in terms of your budget?
If the province is so adamant that these additional requirements be met, they should come to the table. If they're holding you to a budget of 2030, the province should be bringing funding to the table for this project. It is-
find disagreement.
Pardon?
You won't find disagreement at this table.
I don't see why the province shouldn't be as urgent as the city government in getting this completed. They've set these regulatory requirements.
Just one follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And then we're moving on to Councillor Chambers, I think that's.
So if I'm the province, the federal government is holding my feet to the fire because they've put forward an infrastructure program that the province then has to come up with, I think, an estimated 75 million on the 150 million if we are getting, there's a particular formula at play here. They have not committed to that.
You'll hear after the elections in Transcona zone.
They have not committed to that. So do you have thoughts on that, and have you talked to the province?
I have a meeting
Yes.
with both the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and the Minister of Municipal and Northern Relations at the beginning of next month. And I will absolutely be bringing the message that the province needs to pay for this. I wrote an op-ed in today's Free Press emphasizing the message that the province needs to be paying for this.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Rollers. Thank you, Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your presentation this morning. And Certainly, you've made some very valid points with respect to additional support from, other levels of government, including the provincial government, who has been silent on this, except for the regulatory piece of it. But I sit on the Red River Basin Commission as well, and I understand that there is a lot of that comes off farmlands that
Mhm,
adds
mhm.
to the Red River and the
Absolutely.
phosphorus load. So what advice would you provide in terms of, again, addressing the amount of phosphorus that gets into the river and impacts the algae blooms in Lake Winnipeg as a result?
Yeah, absolutely. The Lake Winnipeg Foundation coordinates the Lake Winnipeg Community-Based Monitoring Network. So we work in partnership with citizen volunteers, watershed districts, conservation partners, and research advisors to collect phosphorus data from smaller drainage areas within the Red River Basin. Our goal is to break down this large area of land, the Red River Valley, into smaller areas that can enable us to pinpoint phosphorus hotspots. And we've found phosphorus hotspots. We've found them recurring over multiple years. Our network is just launching its 10th field season. And in a wet year, when water is flowing off the land, water is the car that drives phosphorus to the lake. We see those phosphorus hotspots occurring in the same locations year after year. And so those are the areas that need to be targeted, whether with federal funding programs, whether with provincial regulatory mechanisms, in order to reduce diffuse non-point sources of phosphorus. And I speak to city about wastewater infrastructure issues. I speak to the provincial and federal governments about landscape watershed scale phosphorus loads. So we are definitely not ignoring the contribution of agricultural landscapes.
Okay, that's good to hear, because with all that the city has in terms of reducing phosphorus loads into Lake Winnipeg through the treatment of effluent waste and the sludge. It has to be effective from the other side as well.
Absolutely. And wastewater infrastructure gets, I think no one in this room would like this characterization, but it gets called the low-hanging fruit because it is all coming out of one pipe. There's an infrastructure technical solution to one plant owned by one jurisdiction. Once we get out into the broader watershed, things get muddy, right? Multiple landowners, multiple jurisdictions, multiple sources. I would love to see us move from focusing on these additional requirements beyond the phosphorus limit at the treatment plant and investing all of that time and energy to address phosphorus within the watershed. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, good.
Councillor Mays, you have a question?
Yeah, there's a line in the U2 album Live at Red Rocks where Bono just screams out, "We've all been here before." And there is some sense of that. So thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the op-ed piece today. You are right on an 80% increase is astounding. We'll come to that item at number 1 when we ask some questions, I think. And it has gone from all 3 phases at 795 when I started here to all 3 phases at 3.5, which math is doing more than 400% up in a decade and a half, less than that actually. So, but the question I wanted to come around to, and you're right in saying, and thank you for saying, Plan 2020, when we passed it, the number 1 priority in the city of Winnipeg was biosolids, which we identified as a growth thing. So in some ways, the province will say, that's your problem. You've created that. You failed to adequately charge development for growth or failed to budget for it. Deal with that. But the other one, the priority number 4, nutrient removal, clearly a regulatory thing. So they should be kicking in on that, maybe more than on biosolids, frankly. You will also say, and we'll come to this, well, maybe if you hadn't burned $400 million out of sewer and water revenues in the form of a dividend to keep your property taxes down, maybe you wouldn't be in this problem. Fair comment there. We'll come to that. My question, though, is in honor of the Michelle Petkow, who once said, ammonia is the forgotten middle child in this whole debate, and I've stolen that line many times. But we could go through all the biological removal stuff versus the chemical removal stuff. Someone about a year ago had said shortly before I got removed from UPC, somebody had said to me, well, you know what you could do is you could do it's like a halfway, you could do the biological phosphorus. And forget about the ammonia, forget about the nitrogen. Because Shanks will say, we can all give each other's arguments now, like, oh, you're on your way to do the ammonia, you might as well do the nitrogen, it's like 10 cents more, it's a very small amount more while you're going over to do the ammonia. So, do you have any thoughts on that? Could we just, not great if you're a fan of ammonia removal, but can you, I don't know if you've got the aptitude or interest to speak about that. Could we just forget about the phosphorus, but just do the biological nitrogen?
So
Sorry, other way around, just forget about the nitrogen, as you've been saying we should do. You've been totally consistent on this. Do we do some sort of biological removal of the phosphorus? Because otherwise we're just in this perpetual debate where we say digester capacity and we say wave our arms around about the cost of chemicals, so.
yeah, so what I have learned, I am an environmental scientist, not a wastewater engineer. What I have learned is that a wastewater treatment plant is like a puzzle. You can find the pieces that you need, you can adapt, you can customize it using various technologies, and I'm sure there's limits to that. I would recommend chemical phosphorus reduction, an alternative system for ammonia, because ammonia is a concern and there is a different ammonia limit than the total nitrogen limit of 15 milligrams per liter. Ammonia, there is a concern of acute toxicity in aquatic environments. There are ways to deal with that. Other plants that run chemical phosphorus reduction systems meet their ammonia requirements. To throw a whole new thing into the picture, biosolids capacity. As I mentioned in my piece in the paper today, by the time this treatment plant is built in 2030, we're going to need to start the process of upgrading it all over again because it's going to reach its capacity in 2050. Where's that additional biosolids capacity going to be located? The North End treatment plant is constrained already. There's no space there for more biosolids capacity. The city is going to need to think about biosolids treatment capacity at other facilities, the South End, the West End treatment plant. If biosolids capacity, 13 years of biosolids capacity could have been built in 2022 for $130 million, it sounds like a worthwhile investment to consider increasing biosolids capacity within the system as a whole and building biosolids facilities at the South End plant. So all this is to say, there is probably some opportunity to look at alternative solutions.
Thank you. I think you mentioned in your piece in the Free Press combined sewer, which I won't get into right now, but thank you for mentioning, because that's also provincial mandate that we don't seem worried about meeting that one, but we seem to be worried about meeting this one. So, is there there've been a number of press releases recently talking about biosolids project benefiting Lake Winnipeg, and to me that isn't quite right. Surely the bit that will benefit Lake Winnipeg the most is the nutrient removal.
But the biosolids was redesigned to maximize the chemical phosphorus reduction system. So in that 2022 enhanced preliminary design, when the life of the plant was extended from 2037 to 2050, that was so that this chemical phosphorus reduction system could be optimized. And I know that the question before you today is a financial one. My urging is that you take the system that you have in place to meet the phosphorus limit while you figure out these difficult financial questions, because that will put you on the right side of the question, on the right side of the evidence when it comes to protecting Lake Winnipeg.
Okay, thank you.
I have a couple of questions. So you were talking about the biosolids plan. You fully maximize the chemical, those biosolid tanks, if you want to call them that, would have to be expanded. okay, to deal with the extra sludge as the plan has been moving forward. So, but I have this question. So you talk about the $130 million in 2022. However, do you know what class of estimate that was? What the detail was? Because when you say 130 million and that was the estimate, that's the estimate. That's not what the cost would be.
That was a class 3 estimate, I believe, class 3 or class 4. It was presented with the enhanced preliminary design to council on July 21st, 2022. The budget wasn't approved at that point because the public service expected that it would increase, and it did again. The new class 3 estimate in 2023 went up again. So yes, there's definitely, I mean, that's,
Leaving going up.
yes.
That's correct. So, which is, well, we're moving on. Project 3, it's all one project. You were saying, just so you know, the mayor and I think all of council know that the whole North End Water Pollution Control Center is all priority number 1 for the city to accomplish. And you might agree that because there was a lot of hemming and hawing since 2003, it delayed the building of the new plant. Well, it's basically a new plant. So you would agree that we wasted a lot of time not undertaking the project because we were fighting about whether we do biological nutrient removal?
Arguing about the evidence that supported the total nitrogen requirement in the license. That did delay the project. I think the biggest issue with that was while arguing about nitrogen, the mayor and the council at the time were not proceeding with phosphorus. And that is what I'm urging you, don't do that again.
No, we're dealing with phosphorus right now. You're saying we're not utilizing the extra sludge with the existing tanks that are working right now, probably wouldn't handle it. So anyway, we'll ask our public service. There was one other.
Can I just clarify that it's not a lack of biosolids capacity that's preventing increased dosing of ferric chloride right now?
It's not.
It's
The
not.
more iron you put in it, it's not.
It does increase
create
sludge.
more sludge?
Yes, but the system needs to be, the way I understand it, the system needs to be adjusted. And other issues at the plant need to be resolved as the dose of ferric chloride is increased. And I think we need to pay attention to.
Thank you. I think that our public service is paying attention to these matters. The one last thing, well, so in the past, I heard the city contributes about 1% of what's going into Lake Winnipeg. So is this Netley Marsh project of restoring that? When they restore that, is that going to be able to handle all the agricultural nutrients that are going into the Red River and then into Lake Winnipeg?
No, I haven't seen any phosphorus data from that project, and I've asked them if they could share the phosphorus that they've managed to pull out through that project.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the marsh and the bulrushes and all that kind of stuff, they collect more than just phosphorus, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
It's duckweed.
I'm sorry, what?
Duckweed?
There's multiple projects. There's duckweed mats, there's baffles now, like actual sediment trapping baffles in Netley Lebo Marsh. All of these things need to be monitored over time to see what actual impact they're having on phosphorus capture.
And there's a group that's doing that.
Yes, the North Basin of the Red River Basin
Yeah.
Commission.
Yeah, and I'm going to be at March 13th. I will be at a watershed meeting. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's all the questions we have for now. Our public service is quite capable. We'll talk more about this. Great. Mr. Glenn Thorlick. Your turn, sir. You're speaking of reports 1, 2, and 3? 2 and 3. Oh, 2 and 3?
We will need a suspension of the rules to accept.
So moved.
Minutes.
On the question?
Oh. All those in favor?
Consensus.
Aye.
Aye. Passes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and councilors for letting me on today. I wasn't expecting to be reading all this stuff over my weekend, but this is the fun we have these days. So my name's Glenn Koralik. I used to be the executive director of the Recycling Council of Manitoba, and during those days I was part of the Waste Minimization Advisory Committee, WMAC, and I'm also former ED of the Manitoba Eco Network. And I'm by no means an expert on waste management, but I do know some things about it. I also volunteer for the Social Planning Council of Winnipeg, and today I'm here as a citizen, and I'm here as a lower income citizen, a citizen who's going to be price shocked with our utilities. So first off, I'd like to talk about the solid waste utility, garbage, as we used to call it. So, I looked at the report number 3 and gave it a review, and I found that some statements made in that report were a bit misleading, which leads to not a very good conclusion at the end. So one of the things it says is that it's normal that cities have solid waste utilities. This is like the norm now in Canada. So I took a look at different cities in Canada, and there are other cities that support garbage pickup through taxes, property taxes. Halifax, Hamilton, Ottawa, and Regina. So that statement was, calling it the norm is not exactly true. So another thing about this report that concerned me, pardon me?
I believe it was myself that made that statement. I believe the report refers to a few cities.
Yeah, so another thing that I noticed is that the report was prepared in consultation with no one, basically, and that's what it says at the end. And the user rates impacts everyone, residents and people living in apartments, and we need to do better consultations with the public before we make decisions like this. The report also said there are many uncertainties, which I agree at this point in time for waste management. We're talking about the Green Cart program, if it's going to happen or not, and there'll be associated costs with that. There's also the methane gas recovery program at Brady that may or may not happen. And funny enough, back in the 90s, we were talking about recovering methane from that landfill too. It hasn't happened yet. And then there's the provincial move to 100% extended producer responsibility. And this is already happening in BC. And the intent will be those costs for recycling will be borne by pre-disposal levies placed on packaging. The other thing that I was concerned about the report is that we haven't had an integrated waste management strategy since 2011. So it's been 15 years already, and we're way overdue to have a new plan, a more holistic plan that looks at the entire waste stream, not just residential, but the ICI sector, et cetera. So when I look at the numbers and I see myself as a single person living in a house I still haven't paid the mortgage on, and these added costs, I'm looking at $274 a year by 2027 to pick up my garbage. Now, I brought my garbage bag. This is how much it's a, you know, a Safeway bag size. I produce one of these a week. That's how much garbage I produce. And I recycle a lot. Recycling program's great. And I compost everything else. I leave my grass clippings on the lawn. I borrow, you know, clippings from my neighbors and leaves from my neighbors because I have a nutrients deficiency in my garden. I'm a backyard gardener. So I have no organic waste whatsoever. So for me, you know, paying $274 extra is a lot of money. And then I look, you know, at other places in the city where there are 4 or 5 people in a family, they're paying the same amount. So there's no equity built into that proposal. And what I passed around was what I found this weekend. It's from CMHC. It's median household before tax incomes of all the major cities, the 30 cities in Canada, and you'll see that Winnipeg is at $86,000, under the average, the Canadian average, which is 90,000. But the cities that were used in this report were 4 of the top 5 most richest cities in the Confederation. So I thought that, you know, you shouldn't be comparing Winnipeg to cities that are really rich. And those cities are Calgary, Edmonton, Toronto, and Saskatoon. So when you look at one of the appendix charts and saying, well, this $274 isn't that much compared to these cities, I thought that's quite misleading. So my other concern, the last concern from this report is that there's not much relief for lower income families. And I'm not talking about really poor people. I'm talking about people, the 33% of us that make under the average median income in the city. So the H2O line was mentioned as something to help us, which it won't. And then advanced metering, as somehow getting a bill every month is going to help your poverty situation. So just to conclude, really, I think it's the wrong direction to be putting garbage onto a utility. It should be put back to being tax supported. Proper sanitation and waste management is a real public health issue. So that's why it should be on the tax base. And the second thing is we really need to consult with everyone in this city and not just come up with these numbers documents and have like 5 minutes to present on it. We need a new integrated waste management plan. And I think that's the first step we have to do. So on that issue, I leave it at there. I briefly just want to talk about the price shock for water and wastewater utility rate. And I agree with a lot that's been said. I mean, the city does have a responsibility, but it should not be funding the full amount. The ratepayer should not be funding the full amount. We have, you know, the treatment plants to deal with. We have the combined sewer overflow issue to deal with. There's no way the ratepayer can pay for all of that. And the price shock is just astronomical. Our last 4-year budgeting process, we rose those rates by 45%. And now we're talking almost another 100% in the next 3 years. The public, and especially the lower income people, can't take that price shock. So I've made these recommendations before in front of council about what we need to do. It's not going to solve the debate of what technologies we're going to use or how long it's going to take, but we really need to do a holistic review of our water and wastewater rates. And by that, I mean, we need to do a cost of service study for water, and we need to do a cost of service study for wastewater. We have to do that preferably through the Public Utilities Board So everyone could bring their experts in and we could get experts from other parts of the continents to help us out in this process. And then we have to really look at resetting our rate structure and building in some equities into that that rates to setting structure process. Another thing is that we do, yes, I certainly agree, we do need to get support from the provincial government and the federal government. And as pointed out by Councillor Mays, you know, I thought the number was $500 million, but you said $400 billion. That's how much we've put away in profits from the utilities. I mean, in hindsight, I don't think that was a very good idea. It's no fault of anyone here, but if I was another level of government and I was looking at the city and saying, hey, you people are putting profits from your utility into general revenue, you should be using that to fix the problems. And then maybe those two levels of governments will say, well, once you do that, well, maybe we'll give you the money that you need.
All right. Your time's up, but I'm sure my colleagues have questions. Okay, Councilor Rose.
So you likely saw the whole agenda, including two motions that City Center passed that are included on in this agenda today. Namely, motions called housing affordability and utility rate increases, and business stability and utility rate increases. And essentially they conclude similar to you. And my question is, did you take a look at them? And they conclude that for transparency and governance sake, that the impact on the utility rate increases on affordability for Winnipeg residents, particularly low-income families, require a line of sight. And if budget's not going to be that line of sight, then public engagement on these matters is needed. You would agree with that statement, and you'd also agree that that includes affected residents, perhaps advocacy groups like the one you might be representing today. Like, you know, you wear a few hats. Is to understand the impact of utility rates on affordability, have a bit of an analysis and an outline of an ongoing framework for transparency and governance so that there's some clarity, some stakeholder consultation, and some clear communication with residents. What say you on all of that? I think that's essentially why you're here.
It is. I did read that separate motion briefly, and I mean, two things I would comment on is I mean, garbage shouldn't be a utility; it should be tax supported. And the second thing is that there are lower income people who own houses. I mean, I'm supposed to retire less than a year from now, and I don't know how I'm going to afford the house I'm living in. So there are many people in that situation living in the poor parts of this city who are impacted.
Cities where most low income people are living because that's where the affordable housing is. Councillor Mays, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
No, I've got questions to public service.
Oh, public service, okay. I have a couple of questions just for Mr. Curley. So, by the way, I do agree, like, I don't know if, anyway, I don't know if you know why garbage was moved to a utility model, but there were some options in a 4-year budget, and we would have had to increase property taxes by an immense amount, as well as, you know, we're going to talk about the dividend. Rather than raising property taxes, what happened back in my first term, which I voted against because I knew we'd become dependent on it, is rather than raise property taxes to cover off the costs of your services that you receive every day from the city, just wasn't sustainable under that structure. And I would point out, yeah, Calgary's the richest city. I think they have compost involved. In that report, it states that Calgary pays approximately $300 per year for all of their solid waste service. Have you ever looked into I don't know why, but I'd like to know why Calgary can do all that for $300 for each customer, but maybe it's because there's twice as many households. I don't know, but that's twice as much work, right? Mr. Corley? Did you read that? And did you read that Edmonton's solid waste utility is charging over $600?
Yeah, and the point on that is that we shouldn't be comparing ourselves to Calgary and Edmonton. They're two of the three richest cities in this country. So Winnipeg's a much poorer city, and utilities aren't as equitable as property taxes. Now, I did look at Vancouver's waste management system briefly. Now, BC has extended producer responsibility now, so an agency, Recycle BC, contracts out the collection of recyclables in different cities in that province. But for the waste collection, the garbage collection, they do have a utility there. I was surprised, but they have a variable rate. So it ranges from $124 to $238 a year, depending on what size your bin is. So for my one bag of garbage, I would get the smallest bin, and there's a bit of equity built into that type of utility system.
I would agree, but that 2011 plan, I think you were in support of that 2011 solid waste management, whatever. Were you in support of that?
The variable rate at that point.
No, were you in support of the plan that you said needs to be?
Yes, various aspects. I mean, the depots that the city have created over the years are top notch. I use them a lot, and they're great assets to the city. The city did set a goal of 50% reduction. We didn't reach that. We're still in the mid-30s, so that's a disappointment. And as I indicated, we need a new plan, and we have to look at the entire city. We can't exclude the IC&I sector anymore. The city has the industrial, commercial, and institutional. Yeah, that waste stream. That's 60% of where the waste is coming from in this city. The city regulates businesses. That's under the Winnipeg Charter. So they got a right to control the flow of that sector. We're not even talking about that.
The provincial legislation allows for that. Yes, I agree with you. Were you in support of the waste diversion fee, which was a flat fee charged to every customer in the city?
I can't say if I'm in support of it or not.
That was instituted in 2011, right?
Yeah, I can't remember when it was exactly instituted.
2011.
Yeah, we have a partial producer responsibility model, so there is money coming from the producers of packaging that goes into the pot of money. So that's been somewhat successful, but it doesn't cover 100% of the costs, which is what the intention is now with
new legislation coming from the province.
Exactly, yes.
I'm wondering, do you know that there's two different ways we might be dealing with recycle in the city of Winnipeg? One is the multi-storage takes over the collection of recycles and the sale of recycles and the whole bit, or we continue under our contract for the collection of recycles that will then be taken to a plant that's really covered off by the monthly stewardship.
I'm aware of those options, yeah, and as I indicated, Vancouver is in BC, the private sector is doing the collection part for recyclables. I think generally speaking, the city should look at these opportunities, and see how much it could do itself in various aspects of waste management. I mean, you increase your workforce, you're getting into the circular economy, and you're rolling out good environmental programs. I think that's things that the public sector should be doing. A city like Winnipeg, more of that kind of activity.
I kind of hear you on that. Public sector delivers in Calgary. Anyway, I just wanted, because that the 100% is in there in the report. So there's no final decisions that have been made. So the rates that are part of the recycle for the whole, like the part of the waste management fee related to the recycling part, that could change in the near future and would have an effect on what fees we're charging Winnipeggers.
Yes, you're correct on that. Yeah, it will have impact.
Thanks for your presentation.
Mr. Chair? Just to reassure Mr. Corlick, when we come to the debate on that item, I'm gonna have some questions for the staff about the report that we got in July that was different costs for delivering certain services in-house versus contracted out. So I think you're touching on that, doing more of it in-house, so that will not be overlooked today.
Thank you, Councilor Mace. All right, thank you, Mr. Perlick, and always good to hear from you. Just so you know, on the Newpick and the sewer rates, you'll hear there's a couple of motions where everybody's really concerned about those really high sewer rates, and the motion's really gonna deal with this year, and we're gonna be working really hard to deal with 26 and 27 and beyond. So
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, councillors. And I really appreciate the due consideration of these important matters that you're taking.
thank you. Actually, Councilor Mace, Councilor Chambers, would you move a motion to hear? We have some new business. I believe, Councilor Mace, we have some new business that we'd like to add to the agenda.
So moved, it's fine.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
No,
What,
But they're
mean,
motions, they're
I'm-
not a new business per se,
Uh,
Councilor Edie.
I'm suggesting, I understand you have two things, but I don't see
yeah,
them.
they're amending motions.
I don't-
mean, I'll certainly be talking
They're
about.
amending motion?
Well, I'd like to pick up on some of the work you've done over the years when we get to the garbage part and talk about ability to pay, but that's, again, I don't think that's a new business, I think.
I would suggest those two would be new business just because they are specific report backs on the.
Yeah, I think they're
dividend
separate. I
and
don't see us amending.
CSO master plan
those.
Yes, the other one. I mean, CSO.
I mean, they're good
that-
ideas, Councilor Mace, they're great ideas, but I think we should treat them like new business. Okay? Are you
How
okay
are they
with
new business?
The amendments under,
It's like the rate structure relies on the dividend. If you don't have the dividend, the rate structure changes
Okay,
entirely.
we can do that as an amendment to
That's
the
great.
then.
All right. It asking for a look at 10 years, but okay, all right. We can do that, but what about the CSO? That's new business.
I actually.
Yeah.
don't think
That's gonna that raises rates to Councilor.
Yeah, well, so we're having a rate report discussion about the rate reports. How do you pay for
CSO's
CSO
in the
work?
rates.
Yes, exactly my point. That's how you pay for the CSO work, is through the rates. So we have this circular debate where we say, we won't debate the rates during the budget. Leave that. Do it later, do it in March, when we're getting to the rates. You get to the rates and you say, that's not part of the rates, it's clearly part of the rates.
All
In
right.
fact, there's no debt financing on CSO, nor has there ever been. It's all pay as you go.
Okay, Councilor Mays, well, you can amend the report.
Very good,
Okay,
okay.
that's fine.
so that's
It's
an amendment
fine.
to number 2?
It's not gonna be, we're recommending that it's gonna be done. It's gonna be reviewed.
Yeah,
Because when we're setting rates, we're not setting 10-year rates, nor are we setting 10-year dividends either. The
But we are-
city is bound to a 4-year budget cycle.
We do have a dividend policy there.
I think this is slightly out of order.
Dividend policy is actually separate, so anyway, all right. But nobody agrees. Anyway, then we'll deal with it as amendments, that's fine. No need for new business unless Councillor Rowlands has something. I don't know. Okay, all right. So then we're gonna move into reports. I think that was our last delegation, so
This time.
report number 1 is the new estimate on the North End Water Pollution Control Center. And I'd like Mr. Shanks to take it away.
Yes, so this is our long-awaited presentation of our updated enhanced preliminary design, new cost estimate for NUPIC Project 3. I know we've spoken about this at length, we've been trying to get this finished in terms of getting this cost estimate and using it to update our impending rate model. So, yeah, as you all know, or it certainly jumps off the page here, our new estimate has increased from our last one quite a bit, 80%, yes. This is a revised Class 3 estimate. It's now $1.491 billion is our estimate, up from it's up 663 million. That's 80% greater than the 2018 number. Got to point out though, like this new estimate is very different. It's the first real comprehensive look at the nutrient removal facility as a standalone project. The previous estimate was basically factoring out parts of a single project from 2018. This is the first real incorporation of the current schedule realities. By that I mean this estimate has to factor in the compressed schedule to get this done, given that we're in 2025 and we're trying to get it. The license says 2030, but really realistically, we think we can get it done by 2032. That does include some escalation risk and some construction risk. So this design is reflecting that. It is also the first to reflect this project being delivered independently and coordinated with other major projects on site. You keep in mind the original concept of one project, is a lot. In practical terms, it's a lot different than the overlap we're going to have with Project 2 and Project 3 in terms of actual construction of footprint on site. The other thing that is very important to note is that because of where we're at in the timeline here, this estimate includes a revised lifetime for the plant, a new design life of 2050 instead of 2037 as previously. I should point out we've heard some comments earlier about our interim P process. I don't know if I can get to that right now, but the interim phosphorus process that we have built to help us get closer to or meet those phosphorus targets while we're building this rest of the plant. That interim P equipment is sized for the existing plant. It's sized for a flow of up to 380 megaliters a day. It is not sized for a 2050 design life. It is not sized for chemical phosphorus removal to be permanent. As we've mentioned before, chemical phosphorus removal creates more sludge, bulkier sludge, less efficient sludge, sludge that's harder to manage, and it takes up more volume in the digesters. So it's a very important takeaway that Project 2, Biosolids project, is building digesters that are sized to operate with biologically treated sludge to 2050. They are not being designed for chemical treatment. If for some reason we were required to use chemical treatment instead of biological, we would have to right away upgrade Project 2's digesters as soon as they're finished, or we'd be out of capacity again in the 2030s. So it's very important that this project, although We do define a lot of it as being regulatory. It is also tied directly to capacity in terms of hydraulic capacity, the clarifier capacity. We need to upgrade to this 2030 design flows. You also have to realize that the population estimates we were using in 2018 to project out to 2037 are quite different than the population estimates we're using now post-COVID to project out to 2050. The population curve here in Winnipeg has seen a bit of a jump during the pandemic. So this estimate reflects those revised numbers, updated numbers for an expected population in 2050 and expected flows. So having said that, that 663 million increase does include, portions to escalation in terms of the market that we've seen historically. We're using a 3 to 4% market escalation to forecast what those cash flows would be out during the construction years. There's an additional escalation cost in here because we are saying in here we can't get it done in 2030. We would try to get this done in 2032. That's an extra 2 years right there. And again, the market realities after COVID, supply chain issues, that's reflected in this. That's about 140 million of the 660 million difference. The capacity difference in here, we break this down in the report as well. The wet weather capacity for nutrient removal, it's about 80 million. Secondary clarifiers, it's another 66 million. Primary, that's about 37 million. All said and done, changing from 2037 to 2050, it's about 185 million dollars in capacity, in physical capacity issues, costs. There's some other large items in there that are different. Don't want to get down to the weeds too much here, but some of the routing, the pipe routing, secondary effluent routing through the plant, there was assumptions made back in 2018 based on conceptual locations. And as we have worked through the headworks and into the biosolids parts of our project, we are identifying areas that we have to relocate some of these routes where some of these large pipes have to go. So that alone, secondary effluent routing change, that's about $37 million change right there. The other thing is, based on our experience with the market, and we do multiple market soundings, I'm not just speaking about our existing biosolids project now, but right now when we go and engage with industry to inform of the project coming, getting feedback from potential partners to see where they're at in terms, I should mention, like, the industry is very different than it has been historically, certainly in my career, where right now there are more projects than proponents to build them, kind of thing. So the bidders on these things can pick and choose which contracts they chase. And so there is a very strong risk aversion in the market right now. So we do try to engage with the industry proactively to see what we can do to make this an attractive project, to make sure we're a client of choice, and to do all we can to manage the risk on this project and do everything we can to make it succeed. So one of the things is the market really likes progressive design build models. It's a flexible, very good model to manage risk. Part of that though does include some different collaborative delivery costs that is reflected in this upgrade as well. I believe we break that down on page what do we say here? Yes, page 6 there we talk about change in procurement strategy. 2018 didn't factor that in. We're factoring in here. Yes, it's an increased cost, but we do believe that this is the best way to manage the procurement risk on this project. So I would defend that. There is some contingency included in this, some increased contingency. It has to do with the delay risk in terms of our license and the site, the site conflict, that sort of thing. So overall, yes, we do have a huge increase compared to our last estimate. I would argue the last estimate wasn't necessarily as defined as this one. I know they're technically both class 3s, but I do feel a lot more confident about this one. So if I can be so bold as to say there's good news, if you recall, our biosolids estimate had the same the same kind of challenges. We had a 2018 estimate of $552 million, and it went up to a 1.035 billion in 2023. That's an 88% increase. This is only an 80% increase. So I would like to think that we're through the biggest volatility that went during the pandemic and the supply chain issues. So hopefully we're at least on track to see a more reasonable market going forward. That would be my hope. Again, I just want to flag like the project itself is very important. This stage of the budget increase, we do need to demonstrate to the market that we're serious about this project, that it's a real project, that's really going to happen, that when we go to post our RFQ, our request for qualifications later this summer, we want to make sure that partners are signing up and committing and putting in responses to our RFQ. So the timing of this is very critical for us in terms of demonstrating our intent to continue and demonstrating our serious about this. I understand we are still sorting out possible funding sharing as we talk about in our next report, but I just wanted to flag that this is a very much a demonstration of the city's commitment to finishing this upgrade and meeting the regulatory requirements.
Two questions for me just before I pass it to my colleagues. One is, we heard no room now with the new digesters going to 2050. In building it, has there been a look at if you have to expand those tanks? Can it be done on that property?
Yes, like right now, all the Project 2's footprint and Project 3's footprint, as we define the design of Project 2, it informs us going forward for Project 3. I do have some staff joining us here via Zoom. Robert Taylor is our project manager on Project 3 at this stage. I believe Linda McCusker is here as well as our the project leader on the whole upgrade program. But I don't mean to put you on the spot, Robert, but if we're talking about footprint, considerations for future expansions after this one is done in terms of building footprint. I believe that's a factor in the design.
Yeah, so that those projections will be looked at, and also something to mention is that with these upgrades, we'll be decommissioning parts of the existing plant, but the demolition of that will not be included. So those areas of the plants will be available in the future should expansion exceed initial expectations.
I don't know if Robert's the one to talk about it, but it's in my mind, like, so combined sewers, we have the CSO issue, and in some places we're separating and taking other ways of preventing land drainage water from going into those combined systems. The work of the CSO, will that not alleviate some of the excess water that goes through that plant? Because it seems to me the volumes are higher if you have land drainage water mixed in, and if it's not there, does that have an effect on, as we go along and finish these projects, have an effect for the plant?
At a high level, yes, it improves. Any reduction in peak flow to the plant does. I think in terms of where you get down to material, like when you get down to specific design flow, like factoring the impact on design flows, I'm not sure if we can speak to that here. But if you think like the CSO design of 85, the target is 85% capture. So large storms are still going to, make it to the plant. And the reduction in those spikes from infiltration, there's always going to be groundwater infiltration, runoff infiltration into the plant. So the increase in higher capture, I think the dry weather flow is really a lower amount, but I'd have to get back to you on a more technical.
And I think I'd like to see something in the future. Anyway, I'm gonna colleagues who would like to go first. Councilor Chambers. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
And then Counselor Mays.
Yeah.
thank you for presentation. Just looking at page 7 under the capital budget amendment. I mean, it's really putting us between a rock and a hard place. It's requesting $1.473 billion increase to the Newpick upgrade. And it's listing 4 bullets here: failure to comply with the environment license and associated penalties, limited growth and development within the city of Winnipeg and metro region, reduced treatment of efficiency and aging infrastructure leading to lower effluent quality and increased environmental impact, and increased risk of equipment and infrastructure failure. In looking at this, are there any options for any of these bullets that you've listed here in terms of, and seemingly not with the environmental license, that's a legislated, but in terms of growth and aging infrastructure or anything, are there any other options that allows us to mitigate some of these costs?
You mean in terms of other than this project or? Like,
In looking at this project, you've asked for an increase, and I mean, you've identified 4 areas here that, I mean, there doesn't seem to be any wiggle room, but that's exactly what I'm asking. Is there any wiggle room?
I would say no, in terms of like we've to the point that's been mentioned, by delegations and others before, in terms of timing, we've, I think it's safe to say we're out of time in terms of moving project dates. So we really need to get this project down the runway and airborne. And so, yes, we do need to approve the project budget. And like I said, we want to go to market this later this year, July-ish, to put out the RFQ. That's the first stage of procurement. Obviously, you don't spend all that money in the first year, but we do need to have an approved budget before we get into later stages of procurement before we can award it.
And looking at, limited growth and development within the Winnipeg and metro region, are we, in terms of billing other rural municipalities, are those rates considered in these costs?
Yes. Yeah, the rates, even for the service sharing agreements we have for,
Yeah.
so yes, they are in the rates report.
I mean, reports 1 and 2 kind of run together a bit, but I'll try and keep my questions at this stage limited to report 1. 2 things. I mean, this does kind of make Councillor Rollins' case for this should have been part of the budget. When you have a budget amendment sheet attached as Appendix A, and we're like a couple of weeks after debating the budget like this. Why this is coming separately, it looks somewhat theatrical, to be quite honest. But probably not the decision of the staff to time it. But regardless, here we have it. My question is really about that Appendix A, because we have to claim somehow that it's all got to come from sewer rates, all this money. And sweet Jesus, look at the increase in the rates under report number 2, because it all has to be pay as you go. Here's the question. 2016 budget, 2015 budget, 2014 budget, external debt used to pay for North End, over $500 million. That's right here in front of me, 2016. So is the only reason we say it has to be sewer rates because we're at our debt limit? Because wouldn't that be a cheaper, quicker, easier fix than claiming we have to have $1,000 a household increase? Like, why is the revenue source sewer rates when clearly we have a precedent in multiple other budgets of using external debt to pay toward North End?
I believe that there's no debt room left for us.
Nowhere near enough.
Yeah, we don't have any more debt room.
Which is entirely a decision made by City of Winnipeg Council, right? So we could increase the debt ceiling and evade or change some of this
And we're looking at.
impact.
And yes, that certainly would help with, cash flow, the customers, yearly impact, the debt does include interest costs. Like I believe like a 30-year payback is like $400 million in interest costs. It's just spread out over a longer time, but it's the mortgage argument, right? It's the reality of being able to afford these things. Totally understand what you're
Yeah, but we've already approved we approved the principle of using external debt toward the North End plant in multiple budgets, 14, 15, 16 at least. So now we're having this, we're gonna go to the infrastructure bank and see if we can get permission to use debt, if this is like paying cash for a house you're gonna live in for 40 years. Well, the only reason we're having all of that is because we're at our own internally imposed debt limit, which we haven't raised. Councillor Edie is more of an authority on this than I, which we haven't
Mayor
raised.
put me in.
What?
Mayor asked me to be the chair of this committee because I've been pushing for this for years. And I would note that Moody's or whatever bond agency I had this previous CFO look into it, the max we could go without our credit rating being affected is 110% of revenue. So in order to do this project on our own, we would have to have a ceiling that's higher than any other city in this country. So
Obviously, cheaper other people share the costs, that would seem to be pretty self-evident, but the idea that we gotta use sewer rates here, we gotta cash flow it over the next 6-7 years is a bit simplistic in that we have a history on this very project of allocating hundreds of millions of dollars of debt. The only impediment to us continuing to do that is not the infrastructure bank, the federal government, the provincial government. It is our own policy on debt. That would seem to me to be the case.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
absolutely. Councillor Rowlands, yeah.
So you argue time is of the essence. I've made a lot of public statements that I won't review here because they're not substantially for the public service, they're for my colleagues. But you're saying time is of the essence. And my colleagues did forward motions that suggest, and the mayor's made comments that suggests we move it out again. And you say time is of the essence, and in the report on page 7, you indicate the Q3 issue with respect to the request for qualifications to get us a short list. And that is for the Q3 July. There is some poetry, I think, my words, not yours, but it is leading up to my question on instead what the proposal is in front of us from the mayor certainly is that in Q3, this committee is going to be having you come to report on what I think will end up being the status quo funding arrangement in the federal and provincial government. So can you comment on the time of the essence? Because the other element that I'm considering again from my council colleagues is that that this whole matter essentially be referred to the city construction officer. Presumably the point of that would be to conclude something more or different than what you have with respect to the market. And so I guess my question is, can you respond to is time of the essence? Because the report does indicate in 2 different ways that it is and it isn't. So can you comment on, that?
Yes, we're trying to do everything we can to manage risk. And the best case for us to manage procurement risk would be to have the entire budget approved, with a designated funding source and have, authority, demonstrated that we have the budget, the budget approval. That would be the best case. Understanding that the reality of you know, the city's financial challenges here and how these reports work their way through the council process. The next best case would be to have a demonstration to the market through these council statements and the approval of at least this year's budget in terms of the increase. If you look at the cash flow on that page, page 9. No, it's where is that? Oh, no, that would be on an amended one. The as I mentioned before, we don't need to spend the $1.4 billion in 2025.
And yet that's what the budget indicates on page 9, though. It all is in 2025.
The authority, yeah, that's the so this is how we get into budget authority and budget forecast, right? If you look at any capital budget sheet that we have, there's 2 rows there. The first row is the authorization, and then the second row is like the kind of the cash flow anticipated. We use that cash flow to try to inform the rate model. That's a whole other conversation we can get into next report.
Yes.
But the authorization to use it versus the expected date of spending is a little bit different. In here, the idea was, process wise, if we have authority to use the full budget, it's a different look to the market than if we have authority to only use a little bit of the budget. So we can't get authority to use, we can't get this money unless the rate model is approved in its entirety. Like we're pitching the 3-year rates that include the mid impact being this project. Pardon me. So back to your question about time investments, the next best thing to manage procurement risk in our eyes were to be at least some indication of council voting on that this project is real, it's still proceeding, we can still proceed with our RFQ this summer, and we are committed to or directed to resolve the funding and budget issues before the end of the year. And to me, that's I mean, it's not perfect, but it's better than the alternate being receiving this report as information and then arguably, well, is this project still real? So I hope I'm answering your question. I just think that the best case would be, yes, we would have all the budget approved in one shot and we could proceed that way. The next best thing would be at least some indication that council still supports this project as being real and it is going to happen, and that proponents should be still engaged with us in our RFQ process, because we are going to figure this out. We are going to find a funding source. We are going to make it work, and we are going to get this project done.
Okay, I'll follow up on that thread of the procurement. The KPMG study really speaks to exactly what you're saying. This is essentially its thesis, and it being demonstrated live on camera, that council is neither being briefed effectively, given the size and scope and the relative capacity to do so, and that the authority, that you do not have the tools necessary to support the procurement. Is it in this exact scenario that we have a request for budget revision of NUPIC, that we have the interrelated rate model for 2025, 2027, which in fact does underline the certainty element for those folks that you're speaking to? Can you reflect on that study in this particular moment, please?
Absolutely. I mean, it's a great question. My takeaway from one of my takeaways from the audit report wouldn't necessarily be that this is when they talk about the mismatch between public service authority and an approved budget. It's more so, my takeaway was that was more so in the execution of the contracts and the project once it's underway. For example,
Guess what we have? 3 July set here.
No, but the procurement is not necessarily, like, we would never, council has the procurement authority. So the procurement step, we have to come to council to award. It's just for this scope of project. So that, the audit wasn't really speaking to the procurement part of it. It was speaking more so to the execution of the process. So say, for example, in our Headworks project, we have an authorized budget, authorized by council, voted on by council, discussed at council. We have the budget set. And now we're out spending that budget, trying to build this project, yet we can't spend it. We, for $1 over expenditure on a contract, we have to come back to council. Audit was speaking to that in terms of that introduces a contractual risk while we're trying to approve extra work, yet there's a 2-month budget cycle to get the dollars authorized. That the audit was kind of focused on, part of the audit was kind of focused on that mismatch of public service. You have authority on this budget, but you can't spend it in a nimble or effective way while you're executing the project. Yeah. So this is a kind of one step back. I mean, this is authority to proceed with the project and set a budget at the start. This is something that would, never be delegated down to council. So, and to your point about the rates, yes, like the rates are definitely tied with this. That's we always have to go to council for rates. And the rates are, maybe we could speak more about rates at the rate report, I guess, but our rates are very much tied to our forecasted capital program cash flow. It usually has the biggest impact on.
This recommends that the public service, my colleagues recommend a whole Fed prod engagement plan, and that you did come back. Do you not have one? And in part, I think that's a unfair question, but what haven't you told us about the nature of the federal provincial dialogue? I feel like it's been covered.
Like in terms of existing funding programs, or in terms of like any potential new existing funding program, or any potential use of an existing program in a different way. Really, I think it's fair to say like those conversations are of a political nature at the political level. Like our intergovernmental means
I agree.
it's the mayor's office, as you know.
So I don't need it explained to me. It's my question, Councillor.
Well, you know, Councillor.
And the point that I'm making is that it's to return them to us. And it is a political point I'm making, to return the public service to us on something that is wholly political in their minds is not something I'll be supporting. There are some questions, so I'll withdraw the question. There are some questions that I think in part you answered that Alexis presented this morning. But for sort of an ease in a quick answer, you've reflected on her editorial this morning. Have you, for the record, have you reflected on some of the key things that she points out there?
Actually, I haven't read her editorial this morning, but I know that we work with we meet with Lake Winnipeg Foundation regularly. I believe I understand at least the historical consistency in the focus on phosphorus removal as being the primary issue or concern. So which is fine. The plant upgrade is more than phosphorus removal. I know we've talked about different capacities and this sort of thing, but the ammonia that kills fish, the nitrogen removal as another nutrient, the overall marching orders we have from the province in terms of the Save Lake Winnipeg Act, assigning us the requirement to reuse as much as we can of the biosolids, and to minimize the use of chemicals and use primarily biological treatment. these things are what the industry has moving towards. About 60% of plants in Canada use biological nutrient removal. There are some that use exclusively chemical, yes. Every plant is a little bit different. A lot of the regulations across the country vary quite a bit. They depend a lot on the receiving waters. Many coastal cities have very different requirements than ones that discharge to rivers. Case in point, our interim, there was a mention about how we're only using 11% of the dosage of the interim phos. I can explain that we are in the process of ramping that up, adjusting it, and a great example of some of the challenges of trying to shoehorn new doses into an existing plant. We actually had to dial it back down to 11% because the ferric that we're using, it's a very for lack of better words, it's a very dirty chemical. It was fouling the UV lamps that we have at the end of the plant where we use UV disinfection to take our bacteria numbers down. So the ferric dose that we're using to remove the phosphorus was causing problems with our ability to meet our license limits on bacteria. The bacteria effluent, that doesn't affect Lake Winnipeg long term, but it affects the receiving waters in the Red River. So that's not to say that we're not going to ramp it back up. We as you mentioned, we have many dosing points. We're trying to adjust it because we do think we can get to a place where we are meeting those effluent guidelines with this chemical process. It's a great idea. Like conceptually, we're 100% behind it. We've done this. We're working on it, but it is not a silver bullet. And it is definitely not something we can rely on past 2030-ish, 2032. When we need this project as part of our overall plant upgrade in order to have a plant that works out to 2050.
So this 2024 to 2028 5-year forecast, Appendix A.
Are you on report number 2 now?
Report number 1, it's the appendix attached to report number 1, Appendix A.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So this isn't in the current budget. Do you have an explanation as to why?
Yes, we were waiting for the enhanced preliminary design to be complete. Like we needed this number. We got this number very late last year.
When?
Well, we got a preliminary in November. There was a review done. It would have been late last year. Then we had to produce the report. I'm not sure the exact date.
Remember what you should say.
Well, I got a draft, I think, in November. I mean, but like what I'm saying is you get the report, you get the enhanced preliminary design. It's a very big document. We had it, reviewed for accuracy. We produce this report. We feed these numbers into the sewer rate model to try to, because it's tied to the rate model. That sort of thing takes time. And then this, like we don't actually, unfortunately, I believe several of the NUPIC projects have been handled outside the existing capital budget document. I believe we have capital budget sheets done by in-year reports on biosolids and another way. This came up before because we had folks point out that in our capital budget document, there was no biosolids capital budget sheet as if it wasn't in there, but it was because we introduced in a mid-year or an in-year report. This will be similar, but this was what I was referring to before. We have the 2 rows. Sorry, this appendix. I'm referring to the 1-page Appendix A here, where we have the first row saying, well, the authorization for the budget, and then the projected cash flow is the second row below that. And so you can see, like in 2025, we were really looking for $10 million, or almost 11 million.
So it means there's that talks about referring the rest of it to the 2026 budget. There would be a full capital sheet in that circumstance, right?
Yes. Yes, any of the capital budget changes that happen in the any project changes to capital budget that happen through the budget process would be reflected in one of those sheets in the binder.
Yeah.
had one more question.
I'm sorry, Counselor.
One more question, just pleased to see I think Councilor Owens was done, pleased to see the bottom of page 5, you're talking about using a 4% escalation rate instead of just 3. I have to say that we should probably incorporate that, it might be on combined sewer, because combined sewer we approach unlike any other budget item. If you want to build a transit garage in this town, you say, well, we think it's 200 million, but that comes with a class 5 estimate, and we might be 100% off. Up or down, but let's put it in the budget and we'll have that debate. CSO, we assume it's 100% over the top, right out of the gate. Oh my God, but this is gonna take us 100 years. It'll take us 75 years. It's so expensive. Why is it so expensive? It'll take so long. Well, it takes so long. It's so expensive. It's just completely circular. So unlike any other way we budget, CSO, we have this, yeah, I know it's gonna take time, but that's not an inflation number. All of the CSO numbers are in 2019 dollars. So this might be an idea for the future to say, yeah, there's a little more uncertainty, but we seem to be able to do this for a project that's gonna end in 2032, but CSO, which notionally ends in 2045, we have to tear our own heads off and run around saying, well, we gotta put in a $1 billion contingency, and then with inflation, that's gonna be 3.75 billion, like the artificial escalation there is just, it's massive, so I don't think it's a fair comparison. So in any event, good use on the 4%, I think, given that some of these numbers are 400, 500% cost increase in a little over a decade. Yeah, I don't think 4% is out of whack there, but we'll come back to that on CSO.
One more question.
Go ahead, Counselor Chambers.
And thank you, through the chair, through to you. You know, we've got the biosolids project, CSOs, larger digesters to accommodate the biosolids removal and whatnot. As I mentioned earlier, there's the agricultural piece of it. With all of this $1.47 billion increase or cost, how close are we to, resolving the greater issues at Lake Winnipeg in terms of the algae bloom that happens in August typically every year?
I guess, really, I'm not sure if we're able to really articulate that meaningfully. City, we're focused on.
But we're spending all of this money, and again, some of it is environmental, in terms of the regulations, but in reality, are we any closer to reducing the amount of phosphorus in Lake Winnipeg?
Yes.
In a meaningful way.
In a meaningful way, yes. And you gotta keep in mind, it's not, obviously this is our biggest plant, and this is gonna have the biggest impact. But since the Clean Environment Commissions, we have 3 plants. We updated the West End plant first and had its fully biological treatment. And we just completed the South End plant. We are using a little bit more chemical than we want to be there right now, but that's because we're still commissioning the biological process. It's meeting effluence. So our overall, I believe we've dropped our phosphorus contribution by like 50% since this program started. Again, this is obviously the biggest impact. The interim phos system will help us get closer to that while we're sorting out this long-term solution. In the long run, I believe it was mentioned earlier, there was a State of the Lake report, I want to say 15 years ago or more, that tried to estimate, the contribution from the city of Winnipeg. That was like a 5 or 6% range. I believe this will get us down when we're totally done. I think it was 3%. What we're looking at. Folks might online might be able to correct me there, but it was something like cutting in half. There will always be. That 1 milligram per liter is still phosphorus going into the lake. Which may be reduced in the future in terms of changing legislation. It may be brought down longer. You spoke of agriculture. One thing that we do with the biosolids in terms of recovering phosphorus to be used as fertilizer seems kind of like a circular thing, but depending on the nature of depending on how we treat those biosolids, the phosphorus can be more available. If it's bonded, I don't want to get too much into chemistry, but if it's bonded with metal, in terms of the chemical removal, it's less effective versus if we use biological treatment, it's more effective and more efficient, perhaps less applied, and kind of helps on the agricultural end as well in terms of runoff. But really, the overall watershed issue, I know, there's long-term, there's folks, the province and others are looking at the long-term health of Lake Winnipeg. I guess the short answer is yes, we are making progress. Obviously, it's not as fast as everyone would like it to be.
Does that trigger a question from you?
Go ahead, Councilor.
In honor of Ms. Canoe, who's sitting there, just spent a decade or more talking to us about nitrogen. So the recent river water quality report, which came out December 31, we got shared. Thank you, Mr. Shanks, last week. There's a line in there about the recommendation was removing, based on the results and lessons learned from the 2023 program, future programs should consider removing total nitrogen as a priority pollutant of concern, given the lack of exceedances. Not sure who wrote that. The lack of exceedances on average across both campaigns. Total nitrogen should continue to be monitored as part of the program. So I'm no scientist, but if we're talking about removing total nitrogen as a priority pollutant of concern from our rivers, one does want to ask about a $1.5 billion program in which a large part of it's removing nitrogen from the water, wastewater.
I would say a large part of it, I'd say some of it. But again, I'll back up for a moment because this is a point of conversation that recurs, keeps coming back. Do we need to be treating for all these things that our license says? You actually, Councilman, 2 years ago, we were at a wastewater task force set up by the province to review this very question. And again, question reviewed and established that no, these guidelines by the province are match what they want to do, match what the other provinces are doing or moving towards, and incrementally do not represent a substantial savings. Shouldn't proportionally don't represent substantial savings. Obviously, anything on this project is a substantial dollar value in absolute terms. But in terms of the conversation of pausing to look at this further, I really think any potential savings there would, I'm sure, would be negated by escalation costs if we, So,
Yes, Tim Misweave, who's not here for whatever reason, has always said, this isn't going to save you $1 billion. This is just not. It's going to save you maybe hundreds of millions, but it's not going to save $1 billion if you take the nitrogen part of this out of the equation. So fair enough. Yeah, no, I mean, in a way, all of this should be conducted in front of provincial reps, not in front of us. The trouble though is we're saying we have to play by the rules, but we're taking 30 years to play by the rules. If the rules are so expensive, that's the. Thank you, Councilor.
Question answered, Councilor Wayne?
Yeah.
Sorry. I was just working out some process here for today issues. I have a question though, Councilor Mays, and this is why I appreciate Councilor Mays. He is the I would call him the council expert on a lot of this stuff. So, but just to confirm something else, I've heard comments about the biosolids tanks or whatever you call them that are what seven whatever, very deep in the ground, and about what we're projecting to do with Project 3. Can you, they're saying we could do it for cheaper. We don't need the state-of-the-art technology. We're talking about a plant to 2050. Can you tell me what the pluses are when we're going with the state-of-the-art as it exists with the science and the actual construction of a plant?
Absolutely. That's a great question. I'd frame it though as not necessarily state of the art. It's an established, a well-established equipment we're talking about. Right off the bat, I would just say, you know, we talk about supply chain issues, we talk about cost escalations, we talk about market forces. I would just like to point out, like the chemical we're talking about here, you know, this ferric chloride, from 2018 to 2023, it went up by 300% in cost. Chemical costs are all over the place. They're volatile and they are not going down. It's consistently rising. Chemical costs, also, it's a very corrosive chemical. It's very bad to handle. It's awkward, and it's hard on the material that we use. And it leaves us with you know, these heavy metals in the biosolids when we're done with them. So ideally, holistically, long term, we want to get away from that. We want to have the biological process is cheaper to run in terms of operating. And produces way less sludge to handle. It's a smaller carbon footprint in terms of hauling sludge, in terms of hauling the chemicals. The biological system works much more efficiently. So long term, and a lot of actually, in fact, you know, some of the biggest plants that still use solely chemical, like Ashbridges there in Toronto, they're piloting switching over to biological. It's a better way to do it. Now, I don't want to say that. I mean, there is a role for chemical treatment. We're not mothballing our interim P infrastructure when biological comes on. We will keep it there because it will help. It helps bridge maintenance issues. It also can get us even further down below that these targets in the future if they change. It gives you the flexibility to have it available. But long term, the primary method of nutrient removal here will be biological. That's what our license says. That's kind of what, you know, sort of business case would suggest we do anyway. And so that part of it is really why if you were asking us, and you have, but we have asked our designers, we have asked the market, we have asked, you know, and looked into this and spoken to, you know, University of Manitoba. Actually, we even had International Institute of Sustainable Development participate in that task force to speak to this too. Long-term biological is more cost-effective, more efficient, and that's our preferred method. That's what we're moving forward, and our license requires it. And the footprint of the digesters, obviously, we've spoken to this too. It can be smaller in terms of it takes up less space when it's that type of sludge. So there are a lot of pros to this. Sometimes when there's a different footprint, some plants will have different considerations in terms of other treatments they have, like the UV on the end and this sort of thing. But by and large, you know, if you're building a plant new from scratch right now, which we kind of are in terms of replacing our old plant, you would be going with biological nutrient removal for sure.
Yeah. And then it is coming up in the next report, the digesters. There was a comment that we're using, you know, high-end equipment or whatever. Again, we're building for 2050, like, so with those digesters, like, what you're building is going to be able to, you know, meet needs even longer term. Might have to be expanded, but the whole processing and everything will last quite a long time, right?
Yeah, the design.
The cheaper it is, the less longer I think would last.
Yeah, well, like the design life being, the target design life being 2050, that has a lot of, you know, forecasting these things is kind of hard, but we're designing it for 2050. It's important to note that in 2050, the upgrade that we would need to go past 2050 is not going to be the same magnitude as the ones we're doing right now. These are a significant, major, a lot of end of life stuff. As Robert had mentioned, we're going to, you know, there's going to be large pieces of the existing plant buildings that can be completely, you know, abandoned in terms of we're essentially building a new plant and trying to reuse as much of the existing plant as possible. So that's kind of a conceptual way to think of it. An upgrade in 2050 would not be the same thing. We wouldn't be replacing all this stuff. We might be expanding, adding adapters.
Thank you. If there's no more questions from the public service colleagues, no?
I do have one more question.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
So, we have two reports that are held separate, but they build on each other, and one could argue that the revised sewer and volume rate actually might and should have been first, in order to then understand the context for the request for budget revision. The question is this: so you lay out in this that essentially the public is to fund with a revised rate in 2024, that you essentially have the lowest rate in 2024, additional $19 to $20 depending, that you need per month from Winnipeggers. A total of about 327 depending on what their bill is. My colleagues have suggested that, you'll get only one fiscal year view here and not a 4-year view, if we voted on the comments that were made public. How does that impact, does that total bill, if you get it and you're able to get it in 2025, how does that impact, help me, consider how that impacts this item? You won't have a right, presumably, if the motions before us go through, you won't have a 4-year view. So you won't have certainty, but walk me through that.
So if the motions go through.
If the motion presented, by my colleagues go
You're
through.
moving it, and Councillor Chambers will take the chair. Anyway.
So in appendix A of report 1, if you look at that, the number, like that 2020, that $10.8 million in 2025 is factored into the 2025 recommended rate. So if the 2025 recommended rate was approved, we can do that 10,894,000 and proceed as for the rest of this year as if we had as if nothing had changed. But right, we obviously will have to come back before the end of the year with a new rate report to request the changes for 2026 and 2027. If 2026 and 2027 are not approved through this report cycle, we're still going to have to come back before 2026 for rates later. I believe the idea being after we've done more or the other intergovernmental options have been fleshed out. So back to this report number 1, the 2025 approval will get us everything in that 2025 column. That helps.
And also at the current, we don't know the exact funding from the other levels on project 2. That could change by the 3rd quarter when we're supposed to report back on. Sure. Okay. You good with that, Councillor Rhodes? Okay, so there's been a question, which report comes first, the rate report or this report? I just want to point out that both reports are moving forward today in some fashion to EPC and then on to council. It's a council vote. And I see no reason that we have to deal with the rate report first. We're sitting here today. Both are going to be moving along and approved by council at some point. Mr. Harris, if you could read my motion into the record.
So first of all, are you wanting me to take the chair?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Please take the chair, Councillor.
And would you like me to read the full motion or just the resolve?
I mean, we've heard a lot about the warehouses. We're not ready to, again, this is a huge thing. We are looking, cash is just, we can't do cash because Winnipeggers can't afford doing it all by cash. So we will be looking in the future. We're looking, not in the future, actually. The mayor and his office is working diligently, really hard. I've been talking to ministers. Like, we're doing what we can to move this along, but the reality is Winnipeg's portion is gonna be by debt, and that's long-term debt. And the plant will be running past 2050, and so all the new people coming on board, when you're going to pay debt, all those new users will be helping today's Winnipeggers pay those bills. So, but yeah, not many people buy a house with cash, so.
Yes, just the results, or are we gonna hear all?
Pardon me?
Was that a yes to just doing the resolve, or was that, are we gonna hear the whereas?
So if you could read just the
resolve?
be it resolved.
Certainly. Therefore, be it resolved that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in with the following amendments. Delete recommendation 1 in its entirety and replace with following: that a 2025 capital budget increase of $10,894,000 be approved for the New Pick Upgrade Nutrient Removal Facilities Project to be funded from the 2025 sewer rates as noted on Appendix A. And add the following new recommendation 2 and renumber the remaining recommendation accordingly: that a budget increase of $1,462,133,000 for the New Pick Upgrade Nutrient Removal Facilities Project be referred to the 2026 budget review process.
And that budget review process starts for council starts in the third quarter. It's already started for, almost already started for the public servants. I don't think I have much more to say. So if you want, Chairperson, you can.
Any other questions or comments from other board or committee members? Go ahead.
So the figure of over 10 million is a figure that is derived from a rate increase.
It will be a rate increase.
And as my colleagues know, there has not been consultation with Winnipeggers. In fact, what report number 2 will make clear, and a report that we have not yet gotten into, is that though that consultation was supposed to be taking place in Q1 of 2025, as the report indicates. And of course, there's 2 weeks left of Q1 of 2025. So either there was a very ambitious comms plan that we don't know yet on the proposed rate increases. I do think $300 per household is a significant amount. I still think that Winnipeggers deserved a line of sight on that, taken together with the 5.9% increase. So I will not be supporting the motion. It is a generational project that is perhaps taken in 3, but nonetheless a generational project that deserves a great deal of transparency and good governance. And while I may agree that it is a good move to get funding sources together for this capital project, I do think time is of the essence, and many of my comments in budget related to this project or water and waste file in its entirety still stand. But I do think it is worthy to note that, as will be, I think, is plain in the second agenda item today, that this vote really relies on the logic of a 2025 utility increase.
Good. Councilor Reeves.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll
I'll call the question.
Maybe I'll just, before you call the question. I would just like to point out, we're talking about transparency and things. Now, we are not subject to the Public Utilities Board. However, I will point out that Manitoba Hydro doesn't go out and do public consultations in regards to how it pays for, or how they raise the rates. They create a report that's submitted to the Public Utilities Board, where there are experts, and we, by no means as counselors, are experts, but we do and we should trust our public service when they're providing numbers. But I just want to make it clear that I don't remember Manitoba Hydro or the public insurance, Manitoba Public Insurance, doing public consultations when they move forward rates. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I'm opposed.
Opposed?
Yes, please.
All right. I'll take the chair back.
Yeah, it's 5 to 12.
It is 5 to 12 now.
Can we get through item?
I'm going to call a lunch break. Councillor Chambers, you have an appointment.
Yes.
And when are you going to be back by 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, we'll adjourn until after lunch, 1 p.m. Thanks. I'd like to call the Standing Policy Committee on Water, Waste and Environment back to order. It's a little later than I had planned, so 1:18. And we're on to report number 2, which is the sewer rate proposal. And I'll let you take it away, Mr. Shanks, but I just wanted to make a comment that the proposed dollar value that's there is based on a 4-family, 50 cubic meters a quarter, I believe. Senior citizens and others probably use less water, so it'd be less for them to pay. And given that all businesses, no matter how much water they use, they are paying at the same rate. And so the bigger the water usage, the bigger portion that is covered off by industry/commercial. So I'll you take it away, Mr.
So that's a great point. So this is the 2025 to 2027 revised sewer volume rate report. We have come to council with a 4-year rate plan that was done last year. We try to match the 4-year rate plan with a 4-year multi-year budget calculations. However, the rates are fundamentally significantly tied to capital project spending forecast. As you can imagine, we calculate our rates with a rate model based on the funding we need in a given year. So we look at, the current capital forecast and our current, operating forecast in terms of operating costs, this sort of thing, and try to come up with, first of all, a smallest rate possible, obviously, but also we try to flatten the rate so it doesn't jump around as much. Obviously, we can't always do that successfully, as this is the case here. But last year, when we proposed our 4-year rate model, we indicated that there was some assumptions in that 4-year rate model and some gaps that would require us to come back once we had our new Project 3 dollar value and once we sorted out remaining funding for Project 2 at Nupik. We mentioned in that report that we'd have to come back as soon as we got that information to propose revisions in those rates to reflect either new funding or, in some cases, no funding. So here we are before you today with our proposed rate revision. It's specifically on the sewer volume rate. You may recall our water and sewer bill, our utility bill is made up of water and sewer charges that include a daily amount for depending on the size of your meter. That's kind of a base charge, daily basic charge. But they also include a volume rate calculated by your water meter on how much water you consume and also how much sewer you generate through this, using that as a data point for calculation. So the rate structure is based on a bunch of different rules. One of them, are sewer projects. The sewer rate funds sewer fund operations. It also funds sewer capital projects. It funds reserves like our environmental projects reserve, which is used for to reserve money for things like our plant upgrades. And overall, the changes that are prompting this, as I mentioned, are primarily driven by these funding gaps we had in project 2 and our go it alone option for project 3, both on the sewer side. So that is why today we're only proposing a change to the sewer volume rate instead of water volume rate and other charges. It's a big increase. It's kind of an understatement, but in order to bridge that gap for project 2 and move ahead on project 3, we are proposing this 3-year rate adjustment on the sewer volume charges that results in double-digit annual changes in the sewer volume rate. The first table on the first page of the report there, administrative report, the table there that's showing you the currently approved rate, like the rates that were approved last year, already had baked in a 8.1% increase in the sewer volume rate for 2025, for example. We actually need more than an 8.1. We need a 37.1% increase in the sewer rate change for 2025. So that first table is talking in terms of just the sewer volumetric rate change. That doesn't mean that someone's actual bill will go up 37%. That the actual bill impact is reflected on the following table on the next page, where we try to estimate or provide you with an estimate, an indication of what the typical residential customer may see. Now, typical residential customer means an assumed volume of water consumption. On average, it's about 50 cubic meters. That's a family of 4 in a single family dwelling. So that's using those assumptions, they would be paying approximately $383 for a quarterly bill with this new rate change in 2025, if it was to be approved. That works out to an annual percentage increase of about 17% for the typical residential customer. So that's the bottom row on that table, showing the annual increase as a percentage of your total water and sewer bill, not your total utility bill if waste management fees are approved. There is a graphic here to try to also help explain how this relates to currently approved rates versus what we're proposing. And I'm trying to also flag with this the increase over time, because again, the rates, we try to match the rate increases with the years that we need the cash flow. So you can see in this table on page 3, where we're trying to show the currently approved rates versus the proposed rates, and you can see that they start to dramatically kind of depart from one another in the next few years and end up being, almost $1,000 more over the course of those 3 years for this typical estimated bill. Again, that's related mostly, what's driving that mostly is the expected spend and funding we need for project 3 in those out years and some of the project 2 costs. And we've spoken at length already today about why we need project 3 and why the timing is critical, that we need to continue with it. And these costs are fairly significant. We do know that we are trying to work with other levels of government. And certainly we are trying to find or looking towards any kind of new funding agreements or new programs or anything we can apply to. Most recently, the public service and it was council approved submission to the Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund for some additional funding. Some of that was announced recently in terms of an announced commitment would flag that those funding agreements need to be kind of finalized, and we need to kind of get our final numbers sorted out. And the timing of that money would likely be, if it matches the other, like I support the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. You don't get the money up front; you have to incur the cost and then you recover it. So any additional funding through CHIF certainly should come in a few years as we start spending the money as eligible costs are identified. So the new money, we're very excited that there's intent and desire to help increase the funding to this. But those announcements are not reflected in these rates. Certainly they wouldn't be able to be reflected in the 2025 rates, but they are not reflected even hypothetically in the proposed 2026 or 2027 rates, just because of the uncertainty of the exact dollar value. So what that means is once that's sorted out and finalized, we would actually be back before you again with a new proposed rate structure. We do, believe it or not, we do reduce rates as well as raise them. I know the last few years we've been into this giant capital program. It seems like we're always just raising them, but our long-term rate model will reduce rates as we finish these mega projects. So it's not like this is a one-way rate journey. Again, I guess we've mentioned this before in terms of how this works and ties into the other project. I do want to talk a little bit about affordability. Obviously, these are giant numbers. These are significant numbers to all of our customers. We are in the process of revising some of our assistance programs we have. For example, our help to others, the H2O program that we run with Salvation Army. We've mentioned that before. Earlier this year, we had a verbal report on that. I just want to reiterate, these assistance programs that we have are something we want to expand in terms of eligibility, awareness, and actually, arguably, most importantly, accessibility in terms of making them easier to apply for folks who do want to submit to applications to it. We want to revise the numbers once our rate scenario here is sorted out. As this works its way through council, we'll have a better idea where we land on rates and what we can do for the upper limits of those assistance programs and the frequency people can use it. So we do want to we are in the process of looking at ways to improve that assistance at the customer level, focusing on the customers who would qualify for this help. We do also always mention our water leak credit policy. I know some of the absolutely the biggest bills that customers get are often when they have a leak that they haven't been aware of, and it doesn't show up until they get billed for it because it's an actual volume incurred. Small leaks can add up in a hurry. I would just take the chance to remind all our customers to be very vigilant to try to monitor for leaks. Hopefully, in the medium to longer term, as we work ahead on our AMI project, we will help with the ability to proactively identify when customers have leaks to try to minimize that cost. So, having said that, I guess I could stop for questions, I guess.
Question? Sorry, can't listen to two things at once. Who wants to go first?
I had a question.
Councillor Mace? Okay.
Can you clarify, there seems to be a discrepancy here of, if you look at that appendix A from the previous report, we're saying, well, you're right in saying, well, we said next year, in January of 2024, you said, when we've got a new number for the third phase, their project will come back to you. Okay, that is in that report. But shouldn't we just be then incorporating the addition from 795 to the 80% increase that we've gone from 800 something to 1.5? Instead, you're saying, oh my God, the $1,000 a household a year, we have to fuse in this 1.5 billion. But something isn't consistent there. If we need to fund the change, we need to fund the change, which is 800 million. But if you look at the budget sheet, all we had in the budget before was 18 million. So suddenly we're funding the whole thing, even though it isn't like the work moved up, it isn't like the deadline was now imposed on us. So in 2024, we only budgeted like 18 million for this thing. The costs have gone up 600 million, 700 million, and now we're budgeting 1.5 billion. Something has changed here to drive this. This number looks a whole lot higher than it could have if we'd been at 800 million or whatever it was before. Why are we now suddenly we're going to bite off the whole thing in 6, 7, 8 years, whatever we're modeling out? Why that? This just seems to me a way of coming up with the biggest possible number you can, and then anything else looks like less than that. We were at 18 million last year, costs have gone up 800 million, and now we're budgeting in 1.5 billion.
No, it's a great question, Counselor. The existing budget, existing approved budget for Project 3 is only $18 million. It's never been more than that. That was, I believe we got the approval, I want to say 2 years ago, for that 18 million to finish, to do the enhanced preliminary design and get the class 3 cost estimate, that sort of thing. But the way the budget approval process works for us to proceed with, awarding the next stage of these projects or going on to procurement, we need to point to a budget authorization, not the same as cash flow, right? So the budget authorization we need for the project is what we think the project would cost. The cash flow isn't in the 1 year, but to get the approval in this year is separate from the rates being structured on the cash flow. So that in the appendix of the previous report, where we have a capital budget sheet saying, council, please approve our project. We think it'll cost $1.5 billion. And we need the spending, approve this forecast of our anticipated spending schedule. They're two separate things. These rates are needed in terms of an approval for the next 3 years of a funding source to capital, but the rates reflect that spending forecast, not the total project amount. So the 10 million forecasted for Project 3 expenditure 2025 is reflected in these rates. Does that help? Or?
No. January of last year, we approved a rate structure. The project estimate then was, let us say, 800 million, and now it's 1.5 billion. Suddenly, we're now firing all of it. It's all 26 and 27 now, which were at 0 last year. Suddenly are now at 41 million and 186 million. So either last year it certainly appears like we're trying to make this number look as big as possible in the shortest term as possible, because otherwise either last year we should have had an arc that showed 800 million and now the arc has to show 1.5 billion. But last year we had an arc of 18 million. We didn't bid anything in for 26 and 27 for this project. But now you're saying, well, now we're serious, or now we actually want to get building, or what?
Sure, like in the 2024 model, as you just well mentioned, we only incorporated $18 million worth of spending as per the budget. We didn't incorporate any of the other potential costs for nutrient removal because we didn't know them. We weren't very certain of them. There was no class 3 estimate as yet. And so we did not incorporate that into those proposed rates, those 4-year proposed rates. Excuse me. How the rate, exactly like Tim said, how the rate model functions is that we only put in the anticipated spending. So if we would have put in some number for anticipated spending, we run the risk of inflating the rate, sewer rate, when we really don't know the exact number that we're paying for. So at that point in time, back in a couple of years ago, we did not include removal spending other than the 18 million. Now, we're coming forward for 25, 6, and 7. Thanks to the class 3 estimate, we do know the number, and you're right, it has ballooned to 1.5 billion. But we are certain of that number now, and can incorporate the spending without artificially, we feel, inflating independence.
Well, one could argue we were artificially deflating then because we were estimating it would cost zero last year, it appears, for $1 billion project.
Yeah, cause if we had a capital sheet that said, here's $820 million that's going to be paid for by X, in this case, rates, then the corresponding rate structure has to have that in there somewhere. We would have to put it in a placeholder in there somewhere. And I believe the logic at the time was, we're really not sure this 828 number. I mean, it's something for sure, but we're not sure the 828 number, and we are, you know, very close to getting our project 3 estimate, and then we can incorporate a more informed number and then reflect it in the rates. That's the kind of disjoining there, like that we can't say, we can't get an approved amount coming from rates if it's not shown, if it's not incorporated into the rate model. Now that we have, you know, we're more confident in the number and we're looking for authority on that number, it kind of goes hand in hand. You know, if we're asking for authority for the amount, we have to show it reflected in the rate model. So
It's 6 to 1 half dozen either. I mean, you could, we certainly shouldn't be saying all of this $1,000 a year increase is due to the new estimate. It's only partly due to the new estimate. We knew this was gonna cost something. Even if the new estimate was the same as the old estimate, we'd still be on the hook for 500 hours or some such thing. So what's more troubling is, and it's all gotta be from cash, gotta pay as you go. Well, no, we paid for it in the past, as I said earlier, with debt, and all we have to do is raise our debt ceiling. We don't have to recreate this idea that we're going out to negotiate the new treaty with the infrastructure bank or something's a little much. Like, I mean, yeah, we've used debt before. Guess what? We'll do it again. So fine, but I mean, crisis created, very good, but we'll get on to the actual rates at some point. Thank you.
Questions from anybody else?
Yeah.
Okay, Councilor Lawrence, go ahead.
So, you know, the line that I'm gonna take away, so the department needs budget authorization. And that this particular utility rate is needed this fiscal year. And the particular escalation in year 2026 and 2027 also needed. Yes or no?
ideally, yes.
Ideally, yes. So does one fiscal year get you what you need? A rate reflected, a spending forecasted to create that market certainty year after?
It keeps us going in the procurement right now in the short term, but to your point, which is an excellent point, like if we need, we're gonna need more money in 2026. We're gonna need to come back this year with different rates if not all these rates are approved this time around. So it does, so, you know, just getting 2025 does not solve our problem for the long term. It's the, getting 2025 is better than not getting 2025 in terms of managing our procurement risk, I guess, if I could say it that way.
You say ideally. What do you mean by that? What could you do with 2 fiscal years? Or 3 fiscal years? Give me add some language in terms of why that's ideal.
Well, we would, because we only, like, we run the rate model for the 10 years, but we only look for authorization within the 4-year, multi-year budget window. So we're only dealing with 3 years maximum here, even though our project runs beyond that. That's just the mechanics of how the city budgets things. But yeah, I mean, like, you know, ideally, we would have other levels of government helping us fund this, and this wouldn't be all on our ratepayers alone to fund. So, I mean, that's the obvious case, but in terms of the situation we're in now, where we don't have that firm funding from other levels, we, within the debt rules that we have, I mean, we have to find this money off of rates. So we had proposed the next 3 years, the rates we need for the forecasted spend for the next 3 years for that project to keep it moving. So that was kind of the academic starting point. Yeah, so if understanding those are likely unpalatable and are being motioned away.
Sorry, just repeat that. I can't hear you very well, actually.
Oh.
If you could just speak up a bit.
Sorry. I was saying that the rate report is, I don't want to say constrained, but it's structured around adjusting the remaining years left in our 4-year budget cycles, right? So that's why it's only talking about 2025, 26, 27. So that's why the rates are only looking at the cash flows for the next 3 years. Obviously, our project runs beyond that. Obviously, we need more money than is raised in the next 3 years from these rates. But in terms of how the city authorizes its capital and authorizes its forecast, that's how we get into the situation where we're looking. We were looking with the previous report for authorization of the full budget, but we only actually get authorization to bill customers a certain rate in these little 4-year pieces. I'm not sure. It's probably not answering your question.
Not really, but I have another question. In here, you have the federal provincial funding. And you mentioned that in November 2024, you found out happily that the province was allocating 30 million. But you mentioned at the end of that paragraph that you don't have any agreements yet. What kind of agreements are you looking for?
Well, yeah,
For that 30 million in particular, I'm interested in.
I think we're waiting for some clarity on the provincial total provincial funding that they're looking for and the source. I mean, there's a couple of mechanisms that we can receive other levels of government.
That you're on that 30 million, you feel you want to know what the source is.
No, I believe it's like the strategic infrastructure basket arrangement, from what I understand, is a some kind of standing agreement between the municipality and the province. And there's a certain amount of money allocated every year or something. And we, the city puts it to where they need it for different projects. I believe my understanding is that extra 30 million was more so of a direction to use already allocated funds, but the province saying you should use that 30 million not on whatever we got it on, but
That's right.
put more on yeah. So
what kind
It's
of
not the
agreement?
signatures we're looking for. The federal money that it was announced,
Right, Councillor,
the previous one,
I'm not in, my point is that
well, you knew the answer to the 30 million.
I don't need an explanation. I
There's
know
no
it was in
need
the
for
basket
signatures. They
funding.
told us how to spend it.
I just voted on it. So I'm asking a clarifying question that only the author of the report can answer, which is what did they mean by that? Because I'm curious as to whether or not the CFO helped them with that language, because the CFO knew absolutely in November that it was allocated in last year's fiscal year.
we
And that
certainly.
we had to readjust our whole capital budget as of late in order to provide Premier that room.
I should clarify, like on any talk of other level government funding here, we do get input from corporate finance. The department certainly is not the lead on intergovernmental finance. But like the phrasing we're talking about in the report here, I think maybe is confusing things is that there's been several announcements, there's been several public announcements, mostly from the federal government about large dollar values that are likely tied to matching agreements from the province in some way or the other. And so we're not really sure what the total, but there's public commitment from both levels, province and the feds, for some additional money. Exactly how much money, exactly how many millions, and exactly the timing of it, or the conditions on it, or the agreement through which it's gonna flow, that sort of thing, we don't have a lot of information on, certainly not when we're preparing this report. So basically, it's not reflected in these rates. We would be coming back anytime there's additional funding, or anytime, or a new cost estimate, or anything that would require a change to the rates. We come back to council, like the structure by which we.
Sure. I understand that point. I don't, but brevity. Let's say it's all real. The 30 million's real, the 180 million's real. Then reflect on the rates now. You've done the modeling. If this money's real, then what? Do you need 2026? Do you need 2027? Do you need 2028? And we forecast our infrastructure in a 6-year term. So what does that look like? Can you tell me now?
I do know that, so on page 11, we try to show, page 10 and 11, I guess, the theoretical ideal situation where we get one third funding on the remaining project, like in its entirety. So these aren't the exact numbers we would get with the funding that's been announced. But this would be kind of like the outer bounds of it. So like the additional money will take us somewhere from what we're proposing to these numbers here on this table on page 10. So for example, it doesn't make any real material difference for 2025, just because of, like I was mentioning before, how you incur the costs and how it's coming. The province and the federal government can't help us with 2025 in practical terms. But certainly the next following years, you can see a significant impact if the maximum help we could get, makes several $100, $400, almost $500 difference in 2027. Or a little bit over 500. Sorry, I was reading the backwards. A little bit over $500 in 2027. So somewhere between $0 and $500 for the third year out would be what difference funding can make. It can make a significant impact.
Have you done it previous other fiscal years?
For me?
Have you done it in 2028? Have you projected out like a 6-year forecast or?
Well, the base calculation for our rate model is usually 10-year. If you look at it's just the capital spending on page 15, we try to show you the projected capital spending for 10 years. That doesn't form the rate model. But again, this report was focused on the 3-year rate approval. Because we have to come back in 2027 with a new rate report anyway.
Final question. Does it, you really indicate, and I've been calling it the utility rate. There are multiple utilities, so I just call it the utility rate, so I don't help your case for public education very much. But you do emphasize sort of that you're talking about the sewer rate. Does it beg the question, water rate? What say you? Is there more to come that way?
We don't have, all the forecasted water, but the capital projects and capital changes in the water side of things are reflected in this rate. So it's not, we don't have a mega project brewing in the water side of things, no.
Okay, because the table that you present still has the same.
Yeah, like we're only adjusting the sewer volume rate because of the rules of how we're allowed to fund projects. The sewer projects have to be funded through the sewer rate.
Right.
So this is the one we got to change. Our projections for the water projects from last year are still good.
Right, Councillor Chambers.
Has been asked.
I want more.
Okay,
We're coming to motions and amending motions, so I'll ask the question now. So get to it anyway. The motion I have, the amending motion talks about, okay, come back at some point with a report about. Maybe we can't get all the way done on CSO work, the master plan scenario 1 by 2045 or 2047, but get. The mayor has talked publicly about the big three, and I've mentioned two of them here, and I'm just trying to make sure I'm on the same wavelength. I think it's Councillor Edie and the mayor. So the trying to at least get the next couple of big ones done by 2037 or whatever is in the time chart. Are the big, this surely isn't Lucy's area, I don't think, it's more Cynthia, unfortunately, but, or might be somebody else who can answer this. Maybe Tim, if there are three big ones that are getting us a huge chunk of the way toward total capture, towards the 85% capture target, obviously Armstrong, I would think Mission's next, I think Jefferson, which is East Jefferson, is they're sort of commingled, or I think we're underway on one of them at least, but or maybe both, but that's the big three. We're okay on Armstrong. We're doing it. I think we have the money to do it. We'll be done it
Early 2030s.
Okay, yeah. So I don't think we need to adjust anything to get home on Armstrong. But the other, we would need to, the next two big projects, Mission and Jefferson, I think, looking at the time chart.
Yeah, like,
Which Jefferson, not East Jefferson was started,
Yeah,
it's almost finished.
yeah.
Jefferson East, should be completed by 2026. Jefferson West is still out there. I'm not sure when, offhand. Like Mission is the next priority, but it doesn't have the huge volume capture as the other ones. Mission is more so, I mean, it's an industrial area. It's more so a focus on water quality. Like in terms of the runoff from the industrial area is assumed to be more detrimental to river water quality. So Mission has been prioritized in terms of helping improve the water quality runoff as well. But yeah, the Armstrong and the stuff we're doing at Leland, like that area, the huge chunk of our capture targets for the percent capture, absolutely. Both those projects, like Mission, Roland, late 2030s, 2040, like certainly before the 2045 deadline, we're on track for that. So I guess if that was your question about those two, are we confident we can get those done, in the next following years? I would say yes.
The motion's a little more nuanced and not so much, let's get done what we can get done by 2045, more, let's get the big stuff done by the timeframe we estimated. 2037, whatever it is, for the big. We won't get the rest, the other 8 years worth of work that we were gonna do, we probably can't get to, but at least let's get the big ones done.
Yeah, like the larger percent cap, totally on board with this, by the way. The larger percent capture ones and the larger impact ones were at a high level of prioritized before the end of the program, chasing the smaller.
This was Cynthia is saying, no, like, we can't move one up 60 years, that would be good politically, but that's not how we do this. We do this is you can get the biggest bang. There's a method to this. So,
I mean, and there are parts that have to be done in certain sequence, but
right, but and ash will get done when casting gets done. But we're not going there. So we'll just fail then on, so Armstrong, Jefferson, Mission would be the three priority ones.
Yes.
Yeah, we're getting close to being done on River Bend, I think, and some other stuff, so.
In St. James, right?
Yeah, they're all completely named for other parts of the city. Okay, thank you. So that, Councillor, I think you would, I know Armstrong's partly, not entirely partly in your area, so I just wanted to make sure. I'm not skipping over it, I just want to make sure we can get done by the 2030s, the big stuff.
Um, I'm waiting for an answer though, so in this CSO, the rates are set to complete those by the date you were saying, is that correct?
Well, the rates are only set for 4 years at a time, right? So, the rates are set to fund our currently forecasted capital expenditures for these till to 2027. So, and well, in fact, I think there was an increase in the CSO budgeting for this last go around. So we actually have a little extra money in terms of the CSO program to accelerate it. So yeah, but we can't. But like I said, the rates are only these small 3-year increment we're talking about today.
Yeah, if we carry on at 30 million a year, we're not gonna get done by 2045, we're gonna get done by 2100. So we need to turn the volume up a little bit here, try and get at least these big ones done in the next decade or so.
All right, thank you. Councilor Roland Sitchan. Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
So on page 12 is your communications plan. That communications plan says that my utility website will be updated with new rates March 2025. That message on utility bill starts for the timeline because you want to start collecting this new rate in April 1st. Correct. And is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And that the public service will communicate volume sewer rates to impacted municipalities as follows. Notice to municipalities impacted by rates March 2021. So starting with notice to municipalities impacted by rates, has that gone out?
Not yet. The rates aren't approved yet.
Right, but has that gone out in terms of notice?
We have sent out a general email that said that this particular rate report is being deliberated. And there's potential for increases or changes in 2025 from what they know already. But an actual letter saying here's the rate has not been sent.
And did that contain these rates, the letter
The
to other municipalities?
eventually, if the rates are approved in their entirety, we'll send them out.
No, but when it was sent out, you provided them a copy of the report
No, we sent them a link to DMS.
to DMIS when it was up.
Yes,
So this is a recent letter.
it's not a letter, it was actually just an email. It was just a notice ahead of time to say this is going to be deliberated on March 10th. To be aware that the sewer volume rates might be increasing compared to what we had sent you for the 4-year approval. And to have a look at the report, that's all we said.
Well, did you hear anything?
Not heard anything.
And then with respect to the March timeline, was it your intention to have March council as the 27th? Was it your intention for the communications plan? And I don't know if your communications resource is online, but was it your intention to have 2 business days on your communications plan? That your communications plan would provide 2 business days notice?
I think it's just important, just a bit of a clarification though, like we don't send something out with proposed rates to customers. Once rates are approved, that's when we notify customers because they won't see the impact until their first quarterly bill. So it's not like March 27th, these are approved and then April 1st, everybody gets a crazy bill. The rates go into effect and then you start accruing, that price difference over the following days. So typically our public communication would be.
What's the lead time typically?
Well, like I said, we put bill inserts out and notices once rates are formalized at a council meeting. So we're at the end of the first quarter, I guess. I'm not sure what last year, I guess, was when did we get approval into?
For 2025, it would be January 1st of this year. But just to try and answer that, so when we bill quarterly. So if you get a bill today, that's for consumption that you had before, or, you know, in the past. So technically, that would be all old rates. So the customer wouldn't even notice much of a difference. But if you're getting a bill, you know, a month into this, so you'll see 2 months worth of old, 1 month worth of new. So already there's at least 1 month worth of advance notice. So we try and give advance notice as much as we can. But again, it's all based on your home address and when the quarterly bills come out. So we are preparing our website already. We're ready to insert any of the new rates whenever they come forward. We're ready for that. We're ready for the messaging on the utility bill as well, just to, again, to put in the correct rate once the rates get approved. So we are ready in advance as much as we can.
Okay. Councilor Chambers. Anything further, Councilor Bowman? Okay, Councilor Mays or Councilor Chambers?
Yeah, so in terms of infrastructure spending, I know that there is a plan to upgrade some lift stations. Is that, where does those funds come from?
Lift stations would probably come from our, it's either environmental projects reserve or the sewer renewal reserve.
So they're not reflected in any of this?
They may, oh, no, they will be, yes. Our capital program is reflected in these rates for sure. So the lift station projects, either coming from reserve or retained earnings, will be reflected in our forecasted retained earnings that are reflected in these rates.
I know that you're doing a lift station in St. Norbert, Darcy lift station?
Yeah, Darcy's in Fort Richmond.
Or Fort Richmond, my word.
Yeah, yes, so
Kevin Klein project.
that one, I don't have the timeline offhand, but yes, it's its own capital project, actually. It will have its own line item in the going to capital budget document. And that would be included in the current estimates would be included in this forecast, in this piece of business.
More questions? Okay. All right, Councilor Mays, you have a couple of motions. I think, well, I'm friendly to it.
That's good news.
Would you like to combine it with the motion that I'm
Yep.
moving? Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Well, if you're moving, I gotta take the chair.
No, I'm just asking as the
Yeah,
chairperson,
that's fine.
I'm
Yeah,
asking
like,
Councilor
drop them in
Mays
there.
if he's okay with treating it as a friendly amendment.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we brought them in as, I think the dividend one, looking at the clerk here, dividend 1 and 5 and CSO 1 and 6.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm gonna ask Councilor Mays. I appreciate you working with us to try to come up with something better. Would you like to move the whole motion?
Yeah, I can do that if we're incorporating.
It's gonna
The
be
two
part of
amendments.
the amendment.
To be blunt, yeah, I mean, I support it if it's got my 2 amendments, it probably wouldn't if it doesn't, so. Sure, I'll move the whole thing as amended. The amendment though would now be the 4 ED items and then the 2 that I'm proposing. I did not mention Armstrong in the CSO, not because it's super important, it's hugely important, but I also meant we're on pace on that one, so it's the other 2 that I'm. The other 2 that I'm working.
It's fine, I'm good with it as it is.
Yeah, so, yes, so I guess I am then moving the amending,
The copy of the whole.
yeah.
Okay.
Would you like me to read it into the record, the results? or-
Yes, please.
Please.
So therefore be it resolved that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in with the following amendments. Delete recommendation 1 in its entirety and replace with the following. 1, that the proposed 2025 sewer volume rate based on the amount of water used in cubic meters, which includes an amount allocated to the Environmental Projects Reserve EPR, be approved as follows, effective April 1st, 2025. under the column sewer rate per cubic meter, $4.40. And under allocated to EPR, 60 cents. Also to add the following new recommendations and renumber the remaining recommendations accordingly. 2, that the public service be directed to continue to work constructively with the federal and provincial counterparts on additional cost sharing agreements for the following: A, Project 2, biosolids facilities; B, Project 3, nutrient removal facilities, potentially including alternative debt management strategies, intergovernmental partnerships, and or other long-term offsets, and that additional funding sources and strategies be reflected in future rate reports. 3, that the annual dividend paid by the water and sewer utility into the City of Winnipeg General Revenue Fund be capped at budgeted annual levels already approved in the 2024 to 2027 multi-year budget, regardless of the additional funding committed to the projects. 4, that the public service be directed to report back to the Standing Policy Committee on Water, Waste, and the Environment by the third quarter of 2025 with an update on federal and provincial cost sharing opportunities for Project 2 and Project 3 as noted in Recommendation 2. 5, that the Winnipeg Public Service report back with recommendations on options to phase out the utility dividend payments from the sewer and water utility to the City of Winnipeg operating budget over a 10-year period starting in the 2028 to 2031 multi-year budget cycle. And 6, that the Winnipeg Public Service report back by the third quarter of 2025 with recommendations to complete both the St. Boniface Mission District and the Jefferson District combined sewer overflow work in accordance with the Scenario 1 timeframe outlined in the 2019 City of Winnipeg Combined Sewer Master Plan.
All right.
Okay, quick question.
Would you like to make, yeah, go ahead,
So
Councilor.
Trish, so capping the dividend?
Yeah.
Where does if there's additional revenue, where does that go back into reserves or?
No, they'll stop collecting once they hit a certain dollar value.
Okay. So there's no additional, it's just they cap it and that's it.
And,
Yeah, the difference between the difference between the 11% of a bigger base and what we're currently budgeting would just be retained by the utility.
Yeah.
So instead of the windfall gain that we would get on the general revenue side, we will leave that money in.
Can I, in the report, it does show the dividend, does it not?
Yes.
somewhere? Could you just, for the
What?
just for public information, could you read what the dividend, total dollar values are for that 2024 to 2027 budget?
Yes, so as you may recall, the dividend policy is basically that we forecast our water and sewer revenues. And then we take an 11% calculation on that, and then that's budgeted for. So in the rate report assumes that 11% of these rates goes to dividend. That's the policy. So if the forecasted rate revenue is increased by a change in the rates, well, 11% of a bigger number now is more dividend. So the table on the top of page.
Rates and additional between 26 and 27 additional winds coming online, and it's probably a negligible amount, but.
Well, no, it's the population increase is, we do forecast the population numbers, number of customers, that is built, absolutely. So but that's already in the budget, like the rate report that was approved last year included a forecasted population increase and a calculated dividend that's put in and budgeted with tax supported. So if we change these rates, then it will generate more dividend. How much more dividend? Quite a bit. Well, not much in 2025 though. If you look on page 8, the top of that table says, the currently approved model right now, the currently approved budgeted dividend, $42 million in 2025, $45 million in 2026, $48 million in 2027. Those are calculated based on the approved rates. If this rate report had been approved, then the revised totals are that second row there, 45 million in 2025, 59 million in 2026, 71 million in 2027. It's very big. That increase there, $3 million this year, $15 million next year, $23 million 2027. That's additional dividend money because of the way the dividend is calculated on the rates.
We're not gonna.
If they're frozen, that money you know, if the rates are as they are raised here, but the dividend is frozen, that additional 14 million and 23 million would go into the project. Or,
We're only like 2025, the.
Yes.
3 million,
yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but go in.
Well, unless you reduce the rate, like, cause the rates, you're either
Well,
paying
no, but hang on, the so-called dividend goes to general revenue, not in the utility, but
Right.
to the property tax supported budget, right?
But for clarity, what I meant was if you approved our proposed 2027 rate, this giant rate increase for 2027,
Our motion is capping it at
Right.
42 million, 42
48.
million to 45 million and whatever.
yeah. So, but I was saying if the rates were approved as proposed, but the dividend was frozen at the previously budgeted, there would be an extra $23 million raised by rates that could be put into the project. Yeah, but if you're not approving 2026, 27, it doesn't matter anyway, you're just talking approving.
Question or discussion?
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
So, I mean, to be consistent with my previous vote, I don't want to support the 2025 sewer volume rate in number one. But I am prepared to support that the public service be directed to continue work constructively with the federal provincial counterparts. I realize that I asked a question and the public service in the main responded with, we believe this is mostly political work, but there is always back and forth with the regulator. So I'm interested in this motion. I'm also interested in, number 3 to a certain extent, although I do think there should be clarity on some of the modeling. Some of the modeling, both the dividend projected increases. I realize that, if all of this passes up through council, you're only getting one fiscal year, so I can hardly ask you to model, but I am interested in that. And I am interested in combined sewer work for the reasons Councillor Mays reviewed. And the reporting back on the what substantively I see as sort of in line with the third motion here, the phasing out of the utility dividend. I think that is radical math that deserves modeling in of itself. But given that there is one other motion that it was missing that I would want the department to return with, which in my opinion is a referral of all of this to the 2026 budget so that people can get the line of sight on the modeling, the impacts that we are, that are on the department should these scenarios not manifest and we have the status quo, which logically taken together, we need more revenue to get this generational project done. That is to me missing, Mr. Chair, is a referral to water and sewer rates. I don't agree with how the motion is written that water and sewer rates are reviewed and approved regularly by council. I understand why both things can be true here. They are regularly reviewed, but this day is not like any other. This budget isn't like any other. And so I am looking for an amendment, but someone will have to move it. I think it's opposite number 1, which is the proposed 2025, like the sewer volume rates be referred, whether it's a referral to bring this report forward during the budget process, and perhaps you'll be chair then and I'll still be here in 2026 budget process, or whether it is a discrete budget amendment. It should be understood that we took the public services recommendation lock, stock and barrel for 2025. we might take it again in 2026, 2027, because if nothing changes, this will be the math, pure and simple. But I am looking for an amendment, either in number one or another standalone motion. And I'm also looking, Mr. Chair, that these motions be broke apart, so I have an opportunity to vote on some positively, otherwise it's a big no for me.
Well, hold on, if I can just get clarification. You're looking for an amendment that moves the entire amount of 26 and 27, or?
I'm looking
The
for an
increased amount.
amendment to bring this matter forward, so essentially during budget process, this report would just be attached, right?
In its
So
entirety?
there's two ways you can do it. You can do it just attaching it or moving it as a referral to the 2026 budget. It acts like a piece of information that this committee should be looking at in advance of budget.
Okay, I'm gonna just speak to that, Councillor Chambers. So the way this motion, amending motion to Public Works recommendations was built because the utility needs to move on the 25 ASAP. It's already been slowed down by a month, okay? The 2025, we already dealt with the budget, so we need to deal with the rates. 2026, we've got a motion there that by the end of the third quarter for the 26 budget update, right? That more things will be in place. Like there's no, we need to be expedient on that in order for them to move ahead with procurement on the project. So, and we are totally committed to finishing the plant, which other terms of council weren't really to move too fast on, so.
So, and we still have to hear from the provincial and federal governments on biosolids as well as nutrient removal.
Yeah. And I just should clarify something there too. So the 30 million, there's no need for any more signed documents. We were told under that program, 30 million is going to NUPIC, biosolids, and because that's an already signed agreement in the infrastructure dollars that we get from the province. What isn't signed and T's crossed and I's dotted are the actual contracts, or call them agreements, with the province and the feds, because, well, they have to sign their agreement to channel when the province puts their money in. We don't actually specifically know, because the province hasn't been able to announce anything with an election to really find out what their share is going to be. And then the other thing, just to end it on this whole thing about signing agreements for extra funding, we won't see any money even from the 150 or whatever. They're talking about giving us money over 5 years, which probably won't start till like 27 or 28. So, so it won't have any effects on the rates needed to get the cash flows they need, right? So, anyway, I think I'd leave it at that unless somebody has more questions for the department or.
If we're in discussion phase, here's the motion's been,
Yeah.
the amending motion's been moved. The dividend, which has been with us for roughly 15 years, started at 8, went to 12% under Councillor Morantz. Then Councillor Gillingham, to his credit, started trying to reduce it from 12. We got to 11, then COVID hit. So to some extent here, I'm saying let's just restart where we were going. Maybe it's 10 years. Maybe the staff will recommend 11 to get it. We'll see what comes back, but at least we should have this discussion. This is the time to have that discussion, because we said in November, oh, we missed debating the dividend policy, which we're supposed to do at the start of each term. So let's drop it in when we debate the rates. That would seem to hang together. So we've taken 400 million plus out over the arc of time. Provincial folks I talked to say, how is you know, yeah, you're short of money to do some of these projects. How's that on us? That's on you guys, and I voted for this budget, so that's a fair comment. So this is an attempt to start trying to right the balance. It does mean more pressure on the property tax side, obviously, hence it's easier to do it over 10 years than 2 years, whatever. At least we'll start up the momentum again that we were starting with in about 2019. That would be healthy. And I mean, it was always a subsidy on the property tax side, but it was always undermining water and waste. There was always going to be hell to pay at some point. Now we're there. So got to start dealing with this. On the CSO, this would actually be historic, I think, maybe second only to the increase that we did from 30 to 45 million, which Councillor is crediting me with, which thank you. I'll have to take some of the credit on that, but like, we can't leave this to 2095. We've got to do something here. So the idea is, well, what are the biggest ones? And let's do those at least. The wording is not, for clarity, my wording here is not, scenario one had an end date of 2045. So the idea isn't let's get these two things done by 2045. It's let's get them done in accordance with how they were scheduled in scenario one, which is there's a one time chart. There's one for 2095, but there's one for 2045. So that would mean same Mission by 2035 done, and Jefferson by 2037 done. Just, I know we're not voting on funding it today, but just I'd hate to come back in the fall and have somebody say, now what you meant was you want to get these things done by 2045. Like, no, what I meant was get them done, get those two big ones done as we originally, as it was laid out. Some of the other stuff, there's 20 other districts, everything from Jesse to the Laborandre. That stuff may take 60 more years, but at least we'll get the big ones done on a timely manner. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for indulging me.
I'm gonna call the vote, or unless you want to make a comment.
Just before that, Mr. Chair, Councillor Mays, are you wanting to include the amendment proposed by Councillor Rollins, the addition of a recommendation that the 2025-2027 sewer rate report presented to the public service be brought forward to the 2026 budget meeting?
If I
25
want
rate
to
is
vote this whole thing up over that, I would vote for that, but
25
perhaps that could be dealt with separately. Unless
It's a separate
This is a
motion.
separate motion?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
we can do that.
It's not friendly to. my-
Okay, well then, that answers that. Lost concentration.
What's the?
But we can still put it on some point.
Oh. Okay, I'm gonna call a vote on this amendment, then we'll entertain another one. How the vote goes on that. All those in favor? Aye. Is Chambers in here or no?
He's not, he stepped away. He recorded in opposition. The total vote count stays sort of relatively the same, I'm guessing. So
Sorry, what
it
counts?
still passes.
It would still happen.
Yeah.
It's done.
Yeah,
Councillor Chambers,
I'm just
be noted.
kind of reassured. Sorry.
Counselor Chambers is in favor, right? All right, so was there anybody opposed?
I was opposed.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
And recorded, Councillor?
Yes, please.
Okay, all right, so 3-1, okay, and that passes.
Yeah.
Well, 2-1. So
Yeah.
All right, so you have a motion, Councillor Rollins?
Yes, where there is complexity in previous standing policy committees, what we would do is sort of point to that complexity in a report by bringing it forward. And so what Mr. Harris read into the record is a suggested motion. I'd likely need a motion for new business, and then likely need then you to call the question.
I haven't called the question.
Yeah, call the question on both new business. As a
I
new
don't think I
business
called
and-
the question on their amending report though.
That motion, was the motion on the item was to accept with the amendments.
All right, right, Councillor Chambers is back.
Yes.
Councillor Chambers is back, sorry about that.
Okay, so help me, okay, I'd like to hear the motion. I think it's talking about delaying our decision on the 25 rates, which need to
It isn't.
move ahead.
It's not at all to do with that.
Okay,
Yeah, the motion is quite simply, and Mr. Harris can read it into the record again.
So it would be that the 2025 to 2027 sewer rates as presented by the Winnipeg Public Service be brought forward at the 2026 budget review meeting of the Standing Policy Committee of Water, Waste and the Environment.
well, I see what you're saying. So we had a clause in there that the department had to come back with our rates by the end of November. And Councilor Rollins, you want to ensure that our standing committee, all four of us, get to see what the projected rates are before, as it goes to council, right? In the budget process, or?
It could be as simple as sticking this report on the agenda. And if there has been more or different in the interim, then we would know that. But if there hasn't, this.
Okay. That's fair enough. I just automatically expected it to come here once we figure out what the rates are, because the 26 and 27 rates are gonna have to be approved to keep this new, all of it moving forward, right? So sounds like a good motion, actually.
Okay.
If that's its intention, okay. So anybody want to make a comment on that? No?
So just for clarity, you want all 3 years to come back to this committee subsequent to both the federal and provincial government weighing in on what they are providing?
It's like when the budget meeting comes around and we are looking at budget, report will be attached. It's as if this report is attached as information. So this report is a great report. If nothing changes, this might be the report that the public service then stands behind.
But we would have dealt with 25 in the sense that
The 25s,
we're going forward or.
it would be done at the March council meeting. The rate will actually be set.
We would know that. And so this report would just merely be there for information.
When we consider 26, 27.
That's great.
So.
Or-
Can you say that?
For procedural clarity, it would come forward. For example, when we have the budget meetings, there are several items that are the budget referrals. They include the original motions and can and have in the past, depending on the report, included the public service reports. They would be included on the agenda. The motion would simply be to receive as information at the time.
I would say that in the be result, that it be received as information, that it be reviewed as information.
It's standard practice for
Okay.
the budget process.
Okay.
We're all good with this? Oh, yeah.
So I just wanted for clarity, like the public service will have to come back with a new report proposing 2026 and 2027 rates before the budget process starts later in the year, this fall, we will have to have a new 2020, regardless of what happens, so there will be a completely new report for 26 and 27 coming at our own, we'll push it,
That doesn't change my desire to put the motion forward. Bird in the hand versus, two in the bush. This is my bird in the hand.
Well, this is, let me clarify. So if we bring the old report, that's saying that we're gonna compare the old report to the new report. But the new report should tell us what the new amount is. And would the new report show what we were proposing before, like a table about this? Now we went with debt, and the department already figured out what that looks like over 30 years at 6%, although that's a what if thing, right? So you would come back if there's debt structured into it and that, there'll be a table to reflect all that stuff.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure, like, if depending on what happens, well, regardless of what happens, we need a different rate for 2026 than currently approved. So we will have to come back, before the end of the year with a new report. You know, best case scenario is we are successful in finding some cost sharing, arrangements or whether it's a long-term debt or however that works out, you know, best case scenario is you come back with some lower rate to propose, to ratepayers. But I guess I was just trying to flag that that's, you know, kind of independent of our budget process in terms of, timing. I wouldn't want to have to wait for the budget process meetings to be tabling a new rate.
That's not what the motion says, with all due respect to Mr. Shanks. I don't understand why tabling a former report that the department written is a problem for the department.
There's no problem, but we will see the new rates before the budget is passed. Like this committee will see the new proposed 26, 27 rates as we go through on the 26 budget update.
Sure.
Yeah, just to be clear, right? So this is just bringing this report for information. It's simply what you're asking. Council this month.
That's right.
We can put it on the agenda, but it would just be information. That's all it is.
That's right.
Okay, if anybody has a trust factor problem, I guess that'll solve that issue. Okay. I'm good with the motion.
If we could just call the question also on Councillor Rowland's movement to suspend the rules?
That's what I was about.
Thank you.
This was just, we're having a discussion about her motion. Now that it's all clarified, I'm gonna call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Nobody's opposed. That's carried.
That was on suspension of rules?
I think so.
And it just a motion.
Oh, we didn't have this.
Yes, that's what I was requesting.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
So all those in favor of suspending the rule that we motioned?
No, that one we've done.
That was the rule,
This
okay.
is the
All those in
motion.
favor of the motion?
Aye.
Nobody's opposed, that is carried. Thank you, Councilor Rowlands. We're moving on to the next report. So we're dealing with the new waste management fee structure report number 3. Are people okay with a 7-minute break before
Yep.
we get into this? Okay. We're just gonna take a quick break. Yes, because there are something else things.
And I guess
Like to call the meeting of the SPC on water, waste and environment back to order. And we are dealing with report item number 3, which is on the new waste management fee for solid waste collection and disposal, I guess.
Yes, so the solid waste utility financial plan and rate model is the report before you today. As I think we've talked about this a little bit in other contexts, but you may recall that the 2024 to 2027 multi-year budget changed how we pay for garbage collection, which is really one of the big changes here that is being reflected. You know, previously, as you know, we recovered the costs of curbside garbage collection through property taxes. It was transferred back to the utility to cover all those collection costs. That's no longer the case. The utility is, you know, the marching orders from the budget were to come back with a sustainable, long-term sustainable, self-funded solid waste utility that matches what many other cities do, not every city, but many other cities do. And we're trying to streamline some things here to help, you know, with communications with customers and how the service is delivered. So what we're proposing to do right now, in the adopted budget, we have a deficit for the utility of about $28 million, and that's really almost completely all through the loss of that revenue for collection. There is some deficit in recycling waste diversion that changes from year to year a little bit. That has to do with the, how the funding is recovered from our funding grants, that sort of thing. But really, the driver here is the change in how collection costs are being paid for. Customers on their existing bill rate now had a waste diversion fee that was not related to garbage collection at all. The waste diversion fee was related to our waste diversion services, which are, for our depots, and recycling and, those resources. So there was a flat fee for residences on that. Historically, that had not been charged to multifamily homes. Just to complicate things, the 2025 budget that was just approved last month in January, it did include a change to start charging multifamily fees, the waste diversion multifamily fees. But the report before you here today proposes to eliminate the waste diversion fee and combine it with a new comprehensive waste management fee that would cover all the utility operations that were either done through collection and waste diversion fee before. Tipping fees still remain, that's different. But the collection costs for curbside garbage collection and our recycling program and recycling collection, that would all be funded through this new fee that amalgamates that previous fee and introduces an increase to cover the gap in funding for collections. So that's a kind of a wordy way to get to this table we have on page 5, trying to show the net quarterly impact. So the waste diversion fee that's in place right now, quarterly, is about $23 for residentials, or $23.25 for residential. Our new fee is a substantial increase. It would be $63.50. That's a $40 impact quarterly on customers. It's a lot, but the breakdown in what that provides for a residential customer is shown in that pie chart as well, showing that half of that quarterly fee is essentially the garbage collection. Then a smaller portion, maybe a quarter or so, is the recycling collection. It also includes covering the cost of leaf and yard waste collection and something we call universal services. That is the 4 depots and some other facilities. We can talk about that a little bit more as you get to the report. There's also the $2.25 a quarter is the green card program funding. You may recall that was approved for us to start raising funds for the reserve to build up the money to purchase green carts in anticipation of a organics curbside collection program that we're working to accelerate as fast as we can. Also, part of this cost is the recovery of our internal cash financing that we had to do to cover the cost of garbage collection last year without the recovery from tax support. And so that's the breakdown of what that cost would mean residentially. There are this proposal here does propose a kind of a fully funded solid waste utility model. It clears off that internal borrowing deficit. It clears it off in 3 years. Gets it to reduces that deficit to 0 by 2028. There's a couple other things that we're trying to do with this utility model. Beyond just fully funding it, there are some smaller changes. Like I said, we want to apply this to multifamily as well, so that it's more equitable, so that all the customers are paying and no customers are not paying. We also want to continue the free collection to charities and city-owned community centers and arenas. They won't be billed this fee, and that's consistent with what we've done before. One of the things that is different than what we've done before is right now, if your card is damaged or needs to be replaced, stolen, we would do we used to recover that with charges. The recommendation going forward is that it just makes more sense for us. It's easier for us to not charge for that and then recover it overall on a global fee. So if what we're proposing here is that those repairs would be free for customers going forward. There are a few other things we need to in here. There's recommendations to include updates to our bylaw that would reflect these changes. There's some bookkeeping, I would say, in terms of changing how our reserves. We have a waste diversion reserve right now. We'd like to stop funding the waste diversion reserve and change it to a more of a comprehensive reserve use, the solid waste asset management reserve that would help us raise funds for not just the waste diversion. It would help us with long-term landfill management needs. So there are some bookkeeping changes like that, changes to the bylaw that incorporates some of these things. Also, internal tipping fees, and by internal tipping fees, I mean the fees that we charge to other departments. They were temporarily reduced a few years ago, and with I think part of it was a COVID assistance. We want to try to start clawing those back to get back to cost of service internally. So those are other changes in here, but obviously the big change here is this direct line on customers' utility bills that will show a waste management fee to try to recover all this work. It's a 10-year solid waste model to develop these fees. We're only looking for approval of 3 years at a time to match us up with the next 4-year budget cycle. Important to note that these fees, there's a couple of things in play here that could change these fees significantly in the coming years. For example, curbside organics. When we get curbside organics, they would have to be funded out of this fee. That could be, an increase. It could also be a decrease in terms of, garbage collection frequency being reduced potentially. That's our plan. But also it depends on what kind of organics program we end up with, what kind of proponent is successful, and how they're proposing to use organics. So it's kind of an unknown at this point, and that we would come back to council to reduce or increase fees if required. The other thing in play is the recycling collection. We've mentioned this at committee before. The provincial consideration of moving to a complete producer pay, producer run, producer managed collection, curbside recycling collection. If we end up going down that route and recycling is taken off our plate, then and run by the producers, then that would change this fee as well. So those could have substantial increases in speed. But right now for 2025, those changes aren't happening this year. So certainly these rates are kind of what we need for this year. I've got a lot of folks here with me because this is a big report. It's a very lengthy report to try to explain a lot of the background in here. And also, since it's a big substantial change to customers, I've got, Lucy Squarick here, our manager of finance, and Melissa Bunkowski, our controller for solid waste. And Mike Gorchuk, our manager of solid waste operations, is here in case there's any operational questions about what we're changing in terms of size of bin or sort of thing. But yeah, it's a huge report, so I want to spend more time on questions versus me talking about it.
Yeah. Colleagues don't mind, I'm just gonna ask 2 questions right now, actually. Number one, you did just mention the different treatment of recyclables, full producer paid. So under that option, they could take over the collection service that they do and hire their own contractor, I'd imagine. Although we have an agreement to, in answering when does the current agreement on either side of the city, when does that end? Or we could continue collecting it. And the idea is the producers would pay us the full cost of collecting and delivering the recyclables to their recycle plant. That's my first question. So if we do it, we're getting full cost recovery?
I believe so. Defer to Mike and Wilson.
So that being said, you could take recycle off of waste management. If.
Yeah, so at some point we'll be asked, it's still in the hands of the provincial government right now, it's being reviewed. But at some point we'll be asked to declare whether we're gonna opt in. Opt-in is where we would continue to collect. We would sit down with MMSM and we would negotiate a per household rate that we would hope would cover the full cost of collection. Or opt out. And if we opt out, in that scenario, that's where we would basically turn collection, or if the collection contracts over to MMSM, they would administer them on an ongoing basis, and they would also be paying for that contracts.
Current contracts for collection and when?
Right now, we have a 2-year extension, so we're on the first year of the 2 years. By the time this goes through and there's a transition period, we'll be going out with a new contract RFP in 2026. But within those contracts, we're gonna have an assignability clause in there so that if we do decide to opt out, that we can just transfer the contract over to MMSM. So that would be awarded for a start of 27.
We got a lot of work to do to get the tender out on the curbside or however we're doing the composting program. But anyway, thanks for the answer. And then just the second question, I know it probably won't be ready, but is there a way to lower the amount of recovery for the 2024 collection period? Is there like a way to spread it over more time? Because right now it goes to 28, which by the way, leads me to another question. You said this is the waste management fee to 2028, but the 4-year budget cycle ends in 2027.
Yeah, correct. To your point, Councillor, the fee, the interim financing deficit recovery line and that fee there on the table is based on a 3-year payback to be done, so that at the start of 2028 we wouldn't have any more to pay back. That was an assumption in there. If the desire was to pay it back over a longer period of time, we could do that. It increases the total financing payment, but it's certainly we could. There's no. We do have a process to do that if required. Yeah.
That's my questions. Colleagues.
Yep.
Marcus. Yeah.
Yep. Councillor Chambers.
Councillor Chambers.
Yeah. And Councillor Long. So I'll start by, we have a current contract with GFL.
Miller, yes.
And Miller. Okay, so in terms of these changes, and people have the option to swap out carts, get a larger 360 liter cart and whatnot. It doesn't have any impact on garbage collection in terms of their capacity. Like, on one block, they're, collecting from 360 liter carts. So there's less capacity.
No, I think it's the same collection equipment. The same. It's like the grabber can handle different sizes.
Yeah, but if people are throwing more and more garbage in 360 as opposed to 240, again, it's a capacity issue.
I think that the tonnage, the contract, like the tonnage at the scale would be is reflected by
The only if that did happen in that scenario, it probably a short-term glitch because they would probably adjust their operational capacity in those areas, but it would just be an extra trip to the landfill.
Oh, as long as it doesn't impact service where people are waiting for the garbage to be collected, because we get those calls.
And you provide that now.
Yeah, no, and I'm aware, but I don't know how widely it's advertised that people can pay an additional fee. I've had residents reach out to me saying, they've got you know, a blended family, got 3 or 4 or 5 kids and a lot more garbage. And so they wanted a larger bin. And again, don't know how much that was advertised, but if we're saying now that people can swap and they do, it might have these capacity issues. In short term. For the short term, yeah. Okay. That's it, yeah.
Okay, and then it was Councillor Rowlands,
And
or was it Councillor Mays? I couldn't.
I'll go ahead.
No, go ahead, Councillor.
4 things and then a comment. Question number 1, there's some reference to about communications will roll out in Order 1, 2025, and a report briefing in October of 24 where this was presented. Like, I gotta ask, how is this only getting to us now, post-budget, on the same day as the sewer rate?
Yeah, okay, so we were directed to come back before the end of 2024 with this report, like with a proposed financial model. That was what the budget asked us to do. So we actually came back asked for an extension at the end of the year. Partly because of you know, where we were with the model, but also the stated intent was to talk about all the rates at the same time. So that was where we ended up with this here. We are talking about both rate impacts at the same time.
All right, it's an awfully long lag from October, EPC report briefing till now, but I guess the intent was to load it on the same day. Page 9, there's a correct historical reference to, in 2011, a diversion target of 50% was set, but we never go on to say we never met that. I think we revoked that in 2019. That should be pointed out. I mean, we don't have that. We never got there.
It was clearly indicated when we brought and had that removed was that unless we brought in an organics program, we wouldn't reach that 50%.
Agreed. But it's like, hooray for us, we've got a 50% target, never mentioning we never met it and rescinded it. I think we rescinded it formally. I'm not sure. So yes, if we could look into whether that was rescinded.
It was.
Page 17, there's a reference to revenue from methane capture at Brady, which hopefully we will face that issue. Except that isn't all of that targeted to the Allard. Got this in at some point. All of that revenue goes into a reserve with a climate change reserve or something.
I believe the motion at the time was,
Can you speak up just a bit more?
I believe the motion was the sale of proceeds from the methane gas was to fund the climate actions.
Okay, so I get perhaps that, well, too late to add it in now, but it sounds like once we get that, it'll free up the money we're pouring into the climate reserve now, and we can put that toward garbage or something like that. I don't see how it'll be a good thing when we get it going. I don't see how that revenue is gonna help on this side of things. If it's targeted to a different reserve.
Good question.
Thank you.
It's a matter of what do you want to spend the money on to reduce climate change?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. My understanding is that to your point that all the revenue from that project would be put into the climate action reserve,
Which isn't being needed.
which is not being put in now, correct? Yeah, this may have been an oversight thing, but
Okay,
It's also not
page
just-
17.
yeah, I see what you're talking. You're talking about the second paragraph on page 17.
I am.
But it says we can expect a new non-rate revenue stream. But it wouldn't, it's a fair point, that revenue stream as it is defined right now would not go to these impacts at all, would not impact these rates at all. So,
Thank you. Yeah, I'll probably make that point of council as well. Final thing and then a comment. I would like to, at some point, and in July of 2024, we had a report that ended up at an 8-8 tie vote at council. And that report was about collection costs and the possibility of bringing in a fifth of the city's garbage collection in-house, back in-house, I guess. Separate from that, in that report, there was talking about leaf and yard waste collection, and as I read those numbers, it's cheaper to do it in-house. This is just collection, not processing, so maybe, I don't know if anyone can speak to that today, but if somebody could get back to me before council. I mean, if we're looking for cost savings, it doesn't particularly matter to this debate today, but most of the debate in July was, oh my God, it'll be more expensive to bring garbage collection in-house. Look at these numbers. Well, if you look at okay, but then if you look at the same set of numbers, it's cheaper to operate yard waste pickup in-house. That's what your numbers say, so.
We'll go back and look at the numbers from July report because I don't have them off the top of my head, but the costs in the model include collection and processing, where if memory serves me correct, that might have been just the collection.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment, but
I didn't quite hear that.
I was saying the costs in the report that you're looking at today include the collection and processing of leaving yard waste.
Oh, good.
Whereas the report that I think Councilor Mays is referring to was just in regards to the collection.
okay, well, I'll be coming back to this at some point.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
look.
no,
If I-
yeah.
The final more comment or perhaps item for discussion. Councillor Edie, to his credit, over a long arc of time has talked about affordability and I'm not trying to put him on the spot. He's talked about asking the province to give some sort of recognition to ability to pay within a rate structure, because otherwise we're in this box of, to get this being somewhat progressive, we got to force it onto the property tax side, and here we are doing the exact reverse. So I don't know if there's anybody on that side of the table who can sort of speak to that, but I would like to leave the room today with some recognition of that. I'd be happy to move it, in fact, if it comes to that, but like it's a big fee increase. That's, the house that's worth 4 times as much as mine and the house that's worth a quarter as much as mine, everybody's paying the same, and that's troubling. So if there's some way of getting some recognition of ability to pay in here, but I think Councillor Edie's been more into this than I have. I think it'll require a provincial change.
We do, I can't remember if we mentioned it here, but I do know that we are looking at the overall affordability challenges for our customers, beyond just specifically to water and sewer bills. We do recognize that the waste management fee is another line item. It's another cost that's going on to customers. So with our philosophy for affordability assistance has been customer based, customer focused, in terms of trying to find assistance directly to customers instead of the looking at, when we talk about property tax, like a rate structure that is based on other factors like property tax or some other kind of finance, or through rent analysis or that sort of thing. We don't have good mechanisms or good ability to dig into the financial ability to pay on that end of it. We try to go through where the customer gets the bill and is having trouble with their bills. We want to point them to like our H2O program, Salvation Army, this sort of thing, to help them vet, qualify folks that way through the end user. And I know that there's certainly an argument either way on this, because you're putting it on the onus of the customer to flag that they're having trouble, versus a rate structure that somehow prorates it based on some proxy for affordability, be it property tax or assessed value, that sort of thing. I think because in truth, people's individual situations may or may not be related to the assessed value of their home or the revenue states of their rental property or this sort of thing. Some folks, you know, may be in an affordability issue and may qualify for affordability assistance regardless, in some situations. So we're trying to better advertise and make better accessible, that and increase our amounts for our H2O program assistance that will include things like solid waste, not just water and sewer. So that doesn't really directly answer your question, I suppose, but I just kind of wanted to flag that, you know, we're thinking of affordability across all the water utility, sewer utility, and the solid waste utility at the same time.
And you, Mr. Mace, they put me on the spot, so I'm just gonna mention some things in this regard. You talked about the 8-8 vote. It was a sad day when we had a 7 yes and an 8 no to having the province amend the clause that relates to having to charge a flat fee. And that's what we're talking about here. It's a flat fee to make it more responsive to people's ability to pay. So first of all, council in this term already voted that down, which was a sad thing. Because it has no effect on the province's funding. It's about how we fund waste management fee. And just to point out, like, garbage is collected from a location. So if you look at the inner city, that's where the lowest income people live, because that's where the lowest value of houses to buy are. That's where the lowest, you know, that's just what's happening mostly in the inner city. CCPA came out, referring to Councillor Rollins, which, you know, I really appreciate her motion we'll be dealing with later. There's 10,000 households in this city that are going to have substantial difficulty in dealing with this. Our current model is a response-based mechanism for an individual who, you know, could be being kicked out because they're not paying the bills or whatever it is, or being able to pay their property taxes because, well, there's a separate program if you have I'll call it a catastrophic bill because of a leak or whatever. But ultimately, the best way to deal with it, and yeah, everybody has a different circumstance. There could be somebody who's very cash poor living in a $700,000 house because the value of properties in this city have gone crazy, right? But we know that in the inner city, it's still the lowest, and that's where we have the lowest income people living. So it's a great model, but nobody else is doing it. But there's the technological capability of using the assessment role, not how much property taxes you pay, but the actual assessment role and doing the value. And actually the difference between what would be a flat fee, haven't done a full study on it, sorry, Councillor Mays, but somebody might go about doing that just to get an idea of what the waste management fees are. So at this point, I don't know if anybody's going to move that, but I'm not going to move it. It could be moved. The last thing I'll mention though on it, the time to have done it was when we had the vote of council. Because even if we go with that, what they're proposing over the next 3 years, it'll take 3 years to shift the system to be able to calculate what a particular household's fee will be. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. I'm very sad. Can't help pass votes by council, right?
Sir, do you want to stay on?
You can go ahead and ask questions, not yet. I was just answering council.
So the original motion by council asked a few things in 2024. And one of the things it asked what related to a pretty hot topic which is organics and organic collection, or as we like to call compost. The new bylaw does set out and mention composting 12 times. That's fine. But when you look at the external scan, the collection of municipal services really reads differently in Winnipeg. And I want to ask you why this isn't included in the report body, composting or organics, when number one, or maybe it is, and you'll tell me it is, when council really asked you to go away and consider expansion of services, because Winnipeggers are going to say, hey, if they looked at this report, and they likely won't, but if they did, they'd say, I noticed three things: garbage collection, recycling, and organics. And here we are providing garbage, recycling, say two, with leaf and yard waste. So can you comment?
Yeah, like the, I mean, we are working on, the curbside organics collection. In how it, to the extent it's reflected in this report, would pretty much only be the amount for green cart, the reserve amount we're trying to build up for green cart purchasing. We do mention in terms of impact, once we get into the position where we're implementing curbside collection and green card collection, it will give us the opportunity to reduce curbside garbage collection with a corresponding savings there. So there'd be an increase of some kind for organics, but also some kind of decrease in terms of solid waste curbside collection, which will have impacts on these fees. The fee wouldn't have anything for immediate curbside collection because we don't have that organics program identified yet. Like, we're still in the procurement process. The RFP closes in April.
Yeah.
Right? In April. So that will kind of start to inform us on our next steps in terms of schedule. But we are looking to try to implement that as soon as possible. Would it be in this rate window? Maybe in 2027. I don't think so. But yeah, so the report wouldn't speak too much to curbside organics as it relates to when we do that industry scan. I would note that, like, some of those other cities, Saskatoon includes some of that, and they're only a little bit more than us right now. We could be in that same situation depending on where we end up with what solution we end up with. But I mean, certainly some other cities, as mentioned earlier today, some of the cities are substantially more than us on this kind of fee. I mean, like more, double, more than double in some cases. And I do not expect that curbside organics are going to double this fee. I just don't think that that's realistic. But I guess I'm not sure if I'm answering your question. Basically, the organics and composting program for curbside are not mentioned here because it's just not covered in this window beyond the funding we're trying to build up for the carts themselves. So I don't know.
You point to where you discuss the ramp up to green card, and you feel that was, I mean, when council directs, I think the motion to say and include expanded services, I think it's fair to say, where's that part? Is that something that given how close we are to April, that you can come back with a verbal report maybe next month or the month after? in terms of the milestone of the RFQ and give us, you know, part of that motion at that time. I think that it is fair to look at the external scan and go, okay, Saskatoon is you know, $40 more and getting organics, right? Per residential customer annual fee. You know, Calgary, certainly, these are 2024 fees. We know that Calgary's went up because you can just click on that link and find out that Calgary's did go up in 2025. But if you're, you know, if my residents will say, where's our curbside composting? They want to know that that's done. But I don't have anything to point to. And we did direct it as a council, right? In terms of just a paragraph or two on where we're at towards curbside. Also in Ottawa, for instance, they did actually restructure a lot of their services to ramp it up. And council had before them, I believe it was last year or the year before, because I remember talking to you about this at Executive Policy Committee. They actually restructured to point to the virtue, i.e. reducing that actual math that you're assuming that once implemented, you'll be able to reduce this bill. I'm not as optimistic as you with that math, but perhaps you could tell us more verbally next month your modeling and why you are optimistic that you could reduce this overall rate.
I don't think we'd be able to report on the RFQ results as quickly as April. I think that's
Sure.
process. But I just to clarify, like this report is the utility financial plan. Like it's not a service or a project update on organics. It's strictly the financial, and financially the organics curbside program components are at this point only the green card program funding. Like on page 11, when we talk about the breakdown of the overall fee, we do categorize what part of that fee is going towards the green card program funding. You know, and there's a little bit of the text there as well on page 11, but yeah, it's the focus of the report is the financial model, not the.
Yes,
Like,
but if I may point to Mr. Chair, through you, the motion that council directed within 240 days on a utility model that allows for cost recovery, waste diversion, expanded services such as composting, service levels, definitions and timelines, solid waste rate, similar to water and sewer rate charges. So you're saying we are doing rate. I'm looking at those words and you're doing it for waste diversion, and you've got a service level, definition and timelines. I'm looking for expanded services such as composting that was also directed at March 2024 budget.
I apologize, Councillor. When it says, you know, we report back on a utility model that allows for the cost recovery pieces, like this, our utility model, that's what we're presenting for is the utility model to recover that cost. We certainly.
I'm just pointing out that your utility model, unlike the ones presented to other cities, that ours doesn't include organics.
It includes funding for our organics program. Yes, it does. Like the green cards are part of the organics program. We do have we would like we can come back with a verbal update on or come back with a formal update on our organics program later in the year if we have milestones to report on. But the last year's I'm not sure I can't remember what SPC was, but I know last year when we got the green light, the go ahead to proceed with the organics program, we did have a pretty lengthy report on what we projected the program to look like with goals and some projected costs, but more so with what our anticipated delivery goals were. is a kind of completely separate report. This one wouldn't have that kind of detail in it. This is basically saying how are we paying for what we're doing right now and what we're planning on doing. So that's why
In
there's.
fact, it has no details in it because of, in the report, other than the motion that says composting. Is that fair?
To be clear, the financial model does include the ability to cost out the organics program when we get to that point. So right now, the cost of the program is the transferring the $9 to the insert on the cards and the interim program. And then once a full scale program is included, it will be potentially included in this rate. Is I think the intention of the original motion. To have one fee to cover all of those services. The third?
Yeah. Like it's proposing a way we can provide all these services in a sustainable manner with a utility model approach.
So is it fair to say that this is then an incremental step towards that?
No, like this would be this is the model we're proposing to run our utility with. Well, at this rate. And the rate would change as, you know, as curbside collection organics comes online, as potential recycling days or goes, as we change different frequency of curbside garbage collection, this sort of thing, would all be done. You know, this utility model allows us to do that sort of thing.
And similarly to the water, or similarly to the sewer report, if things should change in the next year or two, we were always looking each year at this model, regardless of whether it's approved for 1 year or 3 years. We're still updating the model each year to make sure that the rates still make sense. And if certain things change, we would come back to council.
Like
I don't understand the point of my question.
Like-
You're telling me I know. Yeah, I know that.
But like the water and sewer utility model, right, allows us to recover costs and save for all sorts of, you know, operational needs and capital projects and this sort of thing. But the water and sewer rate report doesn't talk about different levels of service definitions, right? So this is the same thing. This is a utility rate structure, a utility model for solid waste that lets us do all the things that our comprehensive and integrated waste management strategy tells us to do, that our marching orders from council on organics tells us to do, that you know, our other policies allow us to do. This model, you know, that we're proposing gives us that ability to recover costs and plan and that's how we took it. Correctly, Ray.
I'll try to learn more about this new committee from me and how you think about things. I'm trying to communicate how my residents think about things. And I'll let them know.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, I have a couple more questions. So, I know it was considered way back in like 99 or 2000. The idea that you have this utility rate model, and I think there's at least one city that does it this way. You can have different size carts and you pay a lower fee for producing, whoever's producing less garbage. And then we have the green carts that we're gonna be getting. So my question is, in those regards, it's about the carts. We didn't go or even really look at that model, although you gotta pay extra to get the 360 bin or cart, but it's collected. But we didn't have the smaller carts. I recall it was untenable in our winter city with windrows down the back lanes where it's all collected. Can you talk about inability or ability to go to that kind of a rate system?
Certainly, that's a good question. I think, well, I think fundamentally we kind of are at, like, there's a base, just the opposite way, like you pay to get an upsize versus, you know, a reduction to get a lower size, I think. But I don't know if, I don't, do we
Well,
want
you're just paying for the bin, you're not paying. Like, that's my understanding. I think it's Toronto has a model where you pay less for the operational costs and the capital. Well, you pay less for a smaller cart, whatever. But just paying for the cart, which is what we have, that's not paying for they're not paying more for the collection of it, the operational cost, right? It's still the same price.
the
So
yes.
if Michael can, or Mr. Gorderchuk can.
You'd be going, looking at a volume-based system where it's like we're currently today when our household, our residential collection, it's done on a per household basis. So it doesn't matter, like like, that's why all the carts are the same. So they tip a cart and they're charged for that for the number of times that they go once per week for the service. Certainly it's something you could review, I guess, or look at, or we could take a peek, look at to see how it's done in other jurisdictions. But currently, I guess decision made long before me, but go with the standard cart as with a base level service. And if you want to upgrade to the higher, bigger cart, that's where the extra fee would kick in. So
That's just the fee to purchase a 360, right? These green carts that you're proposing to buy though, like I can tell you, Councillor Mays was there too. We didn't go with those skinny carts because we have a different winter situation for a number of months, right? Like, are these shorter, wider carts that won't have a tendency to fall because there's windrows when you're putting out your garbage and stuff?
we through the pilot process, we tested out those carts to see how they would handle our winters and like our seasonality that we deal with. And that smaller cart that we had in the pilot program will be the one that we'll be rolling out.
It's got a wider base.
Yeah, don't know all the details, but it certainly withstood the environmental effects that we have here in Winnipeg. So we're comfortable with the cart that we're going to go forward with.
Okay. Another question I have, probably, well, it's financial. So tipping fees at Brady, are those tipping fee dollars going into the new reserve for capital projects related to Brady and other places?
Yeah, there would be a transfer to proposed solid waste asset management reserve to fund the capital requirements for the Brady sites.
Because we're not getting rid of tipping fees at Brady, right? So, yeah, okay. All right, I just wanted to confirm where those dollars were going. All right. Some of that tipping fee covers off operations out at Brady? It does? Okay. So whatever.
Proposed.
Okay.
In addition to
Okay. That's it for questions.
Just one quick question. The 360 liter cart, is that available in both black and blue?
Yeah.
Okay,
Good question.
so,
I've got a big blue cart myself, the upsized one, yeah.
okay.
That's
I mean, in terms of messaging, a way to incentivize recycling, maybe be to offer a bigger cart for free. That way, more people, like, hopefully that would incentivize more recycling as opposed to garbage collection and increase revenues.
Right now,
Yeah.
if the 100% APR goes through that, the issue with, or not really issue, I guess, but with MMSM and the new EPR 100% funding model, processing is not an option for us. We're gonna lose that altogether. So all that processing and the revenue would stay with MMSM. And hopefully that would be reflected in the cost that they're paying us on that per household basis. But so technically, if that does happen in the next 3 years, then no, it wouldn't. It would certainly raise the revenues, but not for us.
Just thought.
Yeah.
Actually, thanks for bringing that up, Councillor Chambers. A question I would ask is, so they take it over and we know that a certain amount of the recyclables that are collected become garbage. So if they totally take that over, the only place here in Winnipeg is Brady landfill. So they would have to pay tipping fees for the portion of their stuff that is garbage, right?
Just for a point of clarification, there's actually 2 other operational landfills within the metro region. So Rosser would be one, and they have the other one is in Grand Point or Ile des Chênes area.
Well, they do.
So they don't have to. They wouldn't have to take it to us, but if they did, there would be a tipping fee applied.
Well, they'd be paying tipping fees there too.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any more questions?
One quick question. I know Councillor Allard will say that he favors a pay-as-you-throw system, a system that would measure how much garbage we're throwing out. We just don't have the technology. That's not our system. It's been.
Technically, we do kind of have a pay-as-you-throw system when you think about it, because we give you a cart that can only hold 3 bags, and if you want to throw more than 3 bags, you have to pay an additional fee. So we do have in a roundabout way, you could view it and look at it similar to that type of a process. So,
up to 3 bags.
Yeah,
we're all paying.
Actually, that's a good question. Under this model here, are we paying, like if I have extra bags of garbage or extra recycling, do I have to pay an extra fee, or is that covered under the waste management fee?
The fee is still in place for extra pickup.
I'm sorry, what?
The fee is still in place.
Oh, it is.
It's being proposed to increase from $20 to $20.
Okay.
So I know you and I have had a conversation about, I've got some properties in the Saint Germain and Vermette area, larger properties, 2 and 5 acre properties, some with significant grass cutting and in the fall time leaf raking. They have more than 3 bags. And you know, if they cut their grass and bag it, or rake their leaves and bag it, I mean, and then take it to Brady, sometimes they're charged a tipping fee because it's construed as commercial.
It's in the plastic bag.
Well, the yard bag.
Garbage bag.
Yeah.
But you don't have to pay an extra fee for your garbage bag.
well, so it's specific to the properties that we've been dealing with in your area, and I think I've had one from Councillor Mays's area as well. We've implemented a new process where they can, once we've identified and they've come forward, we have a form that they fill out, provide us with some details so that our staff can flag them when they come in, that they are indeed residential. And that then are redirected to tip and at no charge. So, and that's really it boils down to is trying to differentiate when someone pulls in with a tandem trailer full of leafing arteries, whether or not they're commercial. So we've kind of, through the work that we've done together, we've implemented this new process for those folks. So
We appreciate your collaboration.
So moved.
You're moving, actually, I have one more question just to clarify, and you'll appreciate this one, Councillor Rowland's question. The business improvement zones in the city of Winnipeg, some of the bigger ones have different funding agreements for cleaning up litter and doing different garbage and stuff, but there's a number of business improvement zones who are, because there's not enough litter bins or for whatever have you, they're cleaning up the garbage in their neighborhoods. And they're not for profits, and they're trying to keep garbage litter off the street, most part. What is the process to get, to allow business improvement zones to have the litter that they collect goes into a bin, which costs money to collect? What's the possibility of a business improvement zone subscribing to not having to pay to have that a 3 cubic meter bin collected, for example?
For some of them, currently, they do scheduled cleanups. So when they do a scheduled cleanup, where it's community involvement through the business group, they can apply for a tipping fee waiver. So they basically let us know that they're having this community event. They apply for the tipping fee waiver. We provide them the waiver. We give them the contact information for our collectors. We do not arrange collection for them. But typically they call and reach out to one of our 2 or 3 contractors, and from my understanding, they'll provide the bin. In some cases, they provided the bin and collection for free, and the waiver is given to the driver at that time. But it's on a per application basis. And we've always been very open to helping those folks out as much as possible.
Okay, so just to give you an on the ground, real world picture, because I'm out on those streets around Selkirk Avenue all the time. 6 bags of garbage collected a day. 6 bags of garbage picked up by green team workers day to day. Not a community cleanup. We need a collection bin because the other people with large enough bins to handle that garbage won't let us put those garbage bags in there, even though it's probably garbage from their businesses or what have you. So you just told me a process. How do we get added on as if we are a charitable organization? It's a not-for-profit, not a charity, but it is a not-for-profit that is dealing with our city's garbage. What would be the process to have if a business improvement zone wants to opt into it? But like, I know the Downtown Biz already has a deal, I'm pretty sure, and other things, and they get paid to clean up bus stops and all that kind of stuff. But
Is there an office and an area that a bin could be located that we could come collect?
well, like actually the Selkirk Avenue Biz has a very good idea where it could be stationed. Yeah.
Apply for service as a charity, and those are one of the recommendations.
That's how it works. Okay.
Yeah, you get up to 3,000 liters of service per week.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
If you're a charity through CRA, a registered charity.
Well, business improvement zones are entities of the city of Winnipeg. They're not allowed to earn profit. Well, it's in the best interest. They're not really in business. They're an NGO that's trying to keep our streets clean. They do great other things for neighborhoods to make them livable. They're even working on ideas to prevent bulk waste being dumped on a private property, things like that. So anyway, so that's the process though, right? So because in here it says charity, so we would have to amend this report to allow business improvement zones to be considered a charitable organization.
Yeah, because I don't think that's included if there's no, it's very clear that it's only registered charities. So I think that's how it would have to be.
And amend the policy to say business improvement zones would qualify as a charitable organization if they so apply to have their collection done for free.
Is there a legality to it that give the person to?
No, sure, we have to change the bylaws as well.
Maybe a separate motion, then, right?
Councilor, if I may, I
Yes,
think it is more akin to the arena pickup and the community centers. I mean, they're not a charitable organization. They're basically an arm's length body of the city of Winnipeg, we allow them, we have a bylaw that allows them, as you know, to collect a mill rate, the levy, sorry. Mill rate structure. So it would be more akin to scoping them in, which would have a cost, but scoping them in like we do arenas. But there would be some work implied. Like a bin or a pickup area, which on Selkirk is straightforward. Some of the biz zones, not necessarily, but and you would need to move it as an amendment, so you would need an amending motion as part of this report, if you're interested in that. I mean, I can write one up for you.
Councilor Rollins, I would so much appreciate that. And if you would move it, that would be great.
I also have an amendment.
Okay,
To get to.
writing B.
concerning the-
Okay, so with respect to the report then, if I may, the report, just trying to look in terms of the fees and charges where we deal with community centers and rinks, and I don't think we do. It's not kind of a scoped in, but to the public service then through you, Mr. Chair, if we added oh, is it in Appendix B, internal fees? Yes, it's in Appendix B. And so it would be an amendment to theoretically to the Appendix B, that fees and charge to city departments summarized in Appendix B to this report be approved. And that the zones of the city of Winnipeg be considered as internal.
Could it be part of recommendation?
If I may,
Departments, yeah.
just in reading the public service recommendation number 4, they do outline the charities, the community centers and the arenas.
There we go, B part.
In looking at Appendix B, it doesn't
Yeah.
actually specify those. I'm wondering if it would be worth just adding a new C.
Yeah.
Business improvement zones within the city of Winnipeg.
Better.
Okay,
On application, some won't apply.
okay,
Yes.
business improvement zones upon application.
That arena is owned by the city of Winnipeg, not owned and operated, because there are the two that are owned but not operated. Good.
That's it.
And
Just, it's just,
Chair, I did have an amending motion as well, if we're at that point.
So Councillor Mays's amending motion would be to add the new recommendation 8 and renumber the remaining accordingly, and that would be that council requests the province to amend the city of Winnipeg charter to allow the city to charge differential rates for fees such as the waste management fee based on the assessed value of residential households.
Attempt to have some sort of ability to pay provision. I'm not sure, Councillor Edie, if you,
I'm good with it.
you're okay with that?
I don't have the specific clause, but I know the department themselves. Anyway, all you have to refer to is my past motion from, anyway, I think that's pretty clear.
So yeah, I can reread or email. I'll just go. It would be to add the following new recommendation 8 and renumber the remaining accordingly. That council requests the province to amend the city of Winnipeg charter to allow the city of Winnipeg to charge differential rates for fees such as the waste management fee based on the assessed value of residential households.
So it would be a variable rate based on the value of your home?
Yeah, I mean, there's a thin line between a new tax and a rate.
I'll commit to,
Councillor Edie had talked about it.
I'll commit to doing the spreadsheet that will demonstrate what would happen for people, fees at a certain assessed value. I have I don't have current numbers, but I could base it on former model. It wouldn't be long, take me long to put that spreadsheet together, so. But in the meantime, this is just a general thing, right? So,
Not all our customers. Not all our customers own property though, right?
no, hang on. It's based on the assessed value of the housing unit. And so if you look at a multifamily condo, for example, and there's 10 condominiums, they each have an assessed value on the assessment roll. And so, you know, you're picking up a big bin, but you can see what the assessed value is. Is each unit's going to pay, what, $31? I think it was 31 per quarter. So each unit that's being asked to pay, that housing unit has a value, whether they own it or rent it. And for renters who do pay the bill, like some landlords pay the whole, when you send out the water bill, it's got it'll have the waste management, which is separate from your volume rates or whatever, but ultimately there's different arrangements with renters. So renters who don't have a lot of money, guess where they're renting their house, where they're living, where the lower value houses are. So, in general, so just so you understand, each unit, if you look at the condo category, or if you look at apartments, some are considered apartments, there's a value on that. On those, well, up to 8 units wouldn't be called an apartment building. Anyway, and then you have your regular residential class of property. So anyway, the ability's there, the database, I've done the research over 15 years. I can tell you it's doable, whatever. But this motion is, just to be clear, and thank you, Councillor Mace, for doing this amendment as well. But just to be clear, in order for solid waste to move forward with that kind of a model, and you can see a table with the differences, but to move ahead with that model, like first the province would have to amend the thing, then they'll have to look at the technical aspects of it, which would take a period of time for the IT people or whoever's expert at databases at how you mix it in and whatever. But I was doing that kind of stuff and creating formulas to calculate stuff back in the 90s. So there's no reason why this city doesn't have the capability to do that kind of database processing in this era. So, anyway, I made my experience. Sorry, I'm kind of passionate.
Okay, so moved.
Just to be clear, is that both Councillor Maze's amendment and yourself, or are we going to vote on them separately? The will of the committee.
We'll vote on each amendment separately. So Councillor Rowlands had her motion. So
that was to add a new 4C for the City of Winnipeg business improvement zones upon successful application.
if they apply.
Just upon application, leave it there.
Yeah, if they apply, you don't.
Let's be clear, that's the same for 4A as well.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, we're all clear on that?
Yep.
All those in favor? No, is anybody opposed? Nobody's opposed, that's carried. On Councillor May's motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Is anybody opposed? No.
Again, just to refresh my memory on Councillor Mace's.
So that is that council requests the province to add the new recommendation 8 to number the remaining accordingly. A council requests the province of Manitoba to amend the City of Winnipeg charter to allow the City of Winnipeg to charge differential rates for fees such as the waste management fee based on the assessed value of residential households. Residential properties, their preferred phrasing there? Was it
Just say on the assessed value of the property.
on the assessed value of the property?
Yeah. Every unit has an assessed value or property tax roll. Okay, All those, what we did, are you voting in favor, Councillor?
Yeah.
Chambers? Yeah, okay, so that passes unanimously, thank you. And voting on the main report, all those in favor?
Yes.
Nobody's opposed, that is carried. Thank you. Moving on to report number 4. We've been touched.
Yeah, introduced the motion. It was introduced at committee. Both of the items number 4 and 5 are community committee motions.
Oh, right, yes, okay. The public service has looked at them. Would you like them to speak to report number 4 first?
I don't expect them to, but if anyone else does,
I'm sorry, Councilor Rowe.
I'm good. I don't expect them to necessarily have, I mean, they saw them maybe in real time when they were presented 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Can you just hold on a moment? I just gotta look at which ones here. Okay, what is report? Actually, Brendan, can you call out report number 4?
So report number 4 is the business stability and utility rate increases. Would you like me to read the motion or just the resolve or?
Yeah, just read the resolve again.
Okay. So the original motion passed at City Center Community Committee was therefore be it resolved that the City Center Community Committee recommend to the Standing Policy Committee on Water, Waste and Environment that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to report back in 60 days on the following. 1, an assessment of the unique challenges faced by businesses, especially those in water-intensive sectors, and offers a clear line of sight for business planning with consideration for mitigating financial burdens caused by increased utility rates. This should include strategies to support these businesses through programs such as rate adjustments, discounts, or targeted subsidies. Number 2, an outline of an ongoing framework for transparency and governance in the rate setting process, ensuring that all future utility rate increases are implemented with clarity, stakeholder consultation, and clear communication with all residents, including businesses. The report should recommend mechanisms for periodic reviews of the rate structure and the effectiveness of affordability measures for businesses. And number 3, a plan for continued engagement with the business community, particularly in sectors heavily reliant on water, to foster an environment of stability and certainty regarding utility rates while promoting long-term sustainability of public services and the local economy. And be it further resolved that the public service prioritize public engagement with the business community and relevant industry groups, and that the report include a detailed action plan based on those consultations.
If I may introduce.
I do need to ask a question of the public service, just in terms of the thing about consulting with business, is there any processes the Water and Waste uses to consult with businesses who consume our water and waste services?
Sort of. I mean, I would just clarify, like engagement with businesses, engagement with the public. Engagement means something a little bit different. It's not just communication. Engagement usually means you're seeking input, that sort of thing. And we don't engage. We don't seek input on setting the rates. We do set the rates through our council reports to match the utility financial requirements. I would say that our engagement in terms of transparency on what's driving those rates would be done through our capital budget and operating budget processes in terms of direct engagement for given project, like if we've done, literal public engagement for, biosolids program or this sort of thing. That would be where we talk about the projects we're doing, then what they cost, we don't seek engagement with customers on the cost of these projects. It comes back through our rate process, back through council in terms of informing the rate amounts. So that's kind of a roundabout way of saying we don't solicit input from our customers on the rate numbers. In terms of communicating what the rate numbers would be or trying to help businesses, get ahead of rate increases is part of why we tried to move to, we have moved to a 4-year rate approval structure where we try to get these rates out and do them in 4-year chunks so that businesses can have some idea of where rates are going and to work on that. We certainly don't advocate any kind of targeted subsidy or discount based on volume use. We just got away from that in terms of bulk rates that subsidized larger water users. It's kind of goes against our water conservation principles. The industry is kind of trying to move away from discounted rates for heavy users. The idea is more so for a full cost recovery where we pull it down to a volume rate. I mean, there is a different rate based on the size of meter. Some commercial connections have larger meters, so they're going to have a larger daily basic charge. But the volume rate is where we're trying to recover the cost it is to treat and distribute the water. Customers like the cost when we treat the water at the plant for to meet our license limits. We don't treat it differently if it's going to someone who's using a lot versus using a little. So the cost is there. It's a volumetric cost, and we're trying to equitably recover that cost from the folks that are using it. So that's kind of where the industry's gone. We definitely did have in the past a block structure where the more water you use, the less it costs. Doesn't really incentivize businesses to implement their own cost controls and their own water conservation strategies to try to reduce their overheads. So I would just say we certainly would recommend against having discounts or targeted subsidies for businesses. Having said that, the affordability assistance structure that we have would be arguably a targeted subsidy just initiated by the customer. And right now, all we have is assistance for the residential resident customer.
Okay, I do recall when we moved away from big user discounts, I believe the department did work with businesses that were having difficulty with the transition. And is that not true?
Mr. Chair, just a point of order. So typically the counselor, like in other committees, the counselor that moves the motion from committee to committee gets to actually introduce it before the discussion happens. You are moving backwards. I'm not opposed to it, but I am feeling a little left out, if I may say, because I haven't even introduced it. So, and I'm hearing clearly the public service doesn't like it. However, I would like the opportunity to eventually comment. So at your leisure, Mr. Chair.
Please forgive me, Councillor Rowlands.
No apology necessary. It's just a point of order.
I just thought you were going to ask questions. The motion was introduced by Mr. Harris.
He's the clerk. He doesn't introduce motions.
So you can speak to, well, he read the committee's be it resolved.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to speak to it eventually.
Well, the floor is yours. Again, pardon me,
Okay.
Councillor Rowlands.
So I do value and consider, as I think you do, Mr. Chair, the participation by those impacted by decisions of council, in particular fees and rates. What I'll say about this motion that was unanimously passed by myself, Councillor Orlikow, and Councillor Gilroy, who have been on Water and Waste Standing Policy Committee before, is that the emphasis for a plan for continued engagement was something that they valued. An outline of an ongoing framework for transparency and governance, also something that they valued. We all valued, and an assessment of the unique challenges faced by businesses. In the next motion, and you'll see that they're largely mirrored, and I'll save some time. In the next motion, you'll see the same theme, different subject of housing affordability, which we've already talked about a bit this meeting. The business stability and the knowledge of all departments on sectors that support the city of Winnipeg through their bills, and you can't be a business or a homeowner in the city of Winnipeg without paying taxes, paying fees. And so a clear line of sight in business planning is the point. Not, and I was part of executive policy committee when we turned around the large water user fee. I and the mayor actually weren't really happy with that, but at the time. But the point of this motion isn't necessarily to jump right to the rate adjustments, discounts, or targeted subsidies. That would be a misread of the motion. The motion instead would be a report on the challenges faced by businesses, some investigation, yes, into water-intensive sectors, and upon that assessment and engagement, whether or not they indicated financial burdens caused by increased utility rates. I don't think in both this motion, the next motion, or frankly, the $11,000 program that Mr. Shanks has talked about before at last month, you can actually get to an effective program on affordability if you don't in fact engage. If you don't in fact start from a position of curiosity on those impacted and what financial requests they've made. So this motion is to just get an assessment, to get an ongoing framework for transparency and governance on the rate setting process, including the future. And I think some of the motions we've done today are good steps towards that. A plan for continued engagement regarding utility rates and promoting long-term sustainability of public services in the local economy. So that's the point of the motion, to prioritize in a nutshell the voice of the business community, relevant industry groups, and provide them some space. We've spent a lot of time as a council worrying about Trump's tariffs as of late. But the one thing that we have to do, any business has to do, whether they're just experiencing an economic chill or they're experiencing some real impacts of tariffs, like we know will happen in the transportation community, is they've got to pay taxes and they've got to pay their fees for services. They also have to do business with the permitting office, whether they like it or not like it. And to not keep that as a line of sight, I think is, a problem in these particular times. So we'll introduce it that way, and just say that it was a unanimous motion passed. I'll also say that I did argue with the clerks on it coming here. I actually didn't see it as fundamentally a water and waste motion per se. I saw it as a finance and economic development motion. So I did argue, and I'm saying this to, of course, endear myself to the department, Mr. Chair. So feel free to cut me off, but I did argue with the clerk saying I didn't think it appropriate to be here. Why? Because it's Matt Driver's unit and the CEO's office that actually really has not only these relationships, but, you know, the Economic Development Office. So while I thought it would be informed by the department, I did not see them as necessarily the lead when I wrote that motion. And I still disagree with the clerks.
Okay, but rate changes come to this committee, right? So that's the financial reference in the motion, right?
It's not though.
It's to change the rate for high volume users.
Nope. Nope, that is not the point.
Is there not a clause in there?
No, while it's an assessment of the unique challenges faced by businesses, especially those in water intensive sectors, and that information may come for the department for sure, right? Instead, it's a clear, you know, it's basically a line of sight for business planning with consideration for mitigating financial burdens. Again, that could be done through another office. What programs would work? I do suggest some, but really there are two other clauses in this, which is an outline of an ongoing framework for transparency for businesses, including recommended mechanisms for periodic reviews, a plan for continuing engagement. That it could come from the department, but I didn't, you know, and you know, I wrote it, but it wasn't necessarily I did not envision when I was writing it that it would be the department. I for sure thought they would be in and out on water intensive sectors. I thought it was more CAO EPC referral. I did not view it as this referral, and it could be the manner in which I wrote it, but I really thought it would be an EPC referral.
I think, I'm not gonna question the clerks. Councilor Rollins, they've been doing this for a long time, and, while I don't like sometimes what they say has to happen, it is what happens, right? So, so you're recommending that we pass this motion?
I am, and the housing affordability and utility rate increase motion, which is coming next. I would expect the public service to argue with the timeline.
Financial one. Anyway, so this is related to business. I don't know, I think Mr. Shanks gave you perspective on it. So anyway, and I have, I'm gonna just ask if my other colleagues have any comments in regards to this motion.
Yeah.
I personally won't be supporting it. It took a long time to get businesses to pay the same rates as, well, frankly, as I do in my household, so. Although I don't have a bigger base rate because I don't have a bigger meter, but anyway.
So, yeah, I have a couple of questions. You know, the motion talks about, I guess, water intensive businesses. So my question would be, what about car washes and garden centers, landscaping companies? And the like?
Well, big pharma, car washes, even restaurants are, in my view, water intensive.
Well, and you have hospitality here.
Yeah. I didn't, it wasn't an
production.
exhaustive list.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilor Meeks?
I have no question.
No? So Councilor Rollins, I do have a question. So we're in this current threat of a tariff competition, if you want to call it that. I find it hard to call it a trade war, but I guess that's kind of what it is. But how would you feel if we just turned this into a concept that, and this would have went to finance, I'm sure, because it is economic, about trying to establish, to assist high volume water users who sell into the United States, a temporary program that would lower the rates they pay while the tariff war is going on?
So, I think other people are seeing things. I mean, I appreciate, I'm reconsidering how I wrote it, right? But, in the main, an assessment of challenges faced by businesses, an outline of a framework for transparency and governance in rate setting process, right? Ensuring that future utility rates are implemented with clarity, some stakeholder consultation and clear communication, and finally, a plan for that engagement, right? Was my aim, right? The first sentences matter to me. What follows, other than I'd like a report on, a report to touch base on all those things, right? A, B, and C. What follows is, a concern that we should be, marching to the tune of our own drum. And our drum has been concerned with the economic chill due to Trump's tariffs. And so it is, I think, inconsistent with that concern to then not provide a line of sight on increased fees and charges. And so I do disagree with, the idea that we would not provide people with some engagement on something that they really rely upon. So whether you're a restaurant just fresh from the economic constraints of COVID, and you're staring down a potential economic chill of people then not dining in the city anymore because of their own pocketbooks and their own impacts, I do think that we need to prioritize public engagement with that respect. Typically, it's done in budget. We are out of step with budget. That's why these two motions. I'm very concerned with business community, and I'm really concerned with housing affordability. And so it wouldn't meet the needs of A, B, and C, an assessment of unique challenges faced by businesses vis-a-vis their utility rates, an outline of an ongoing framework for transparency and governance in the rate setting process, the E, that line of sight. I would incorporate it in budget with other fees and charges that businesses would incur. That's why I thought this would end up in finance and economic development, and a plan for continued engagement with the business community. It isn't unlike fundamentally, I don't think, the type of engagement that Matt Larn and Cindy Gilbride motioned in previous multi-year budget, I think, where they suggested that they wanted equity deserving groups to be consulted, right? This is that. If I had to pick my favorite motion, let's just say, I would concentrate on number 5, the housing affordability utility rate increases. So if a chair was under pressure to split a baby in half, I think I'd be consistent in throwing my body over housing affordability and utility rate increases as a report. I think it would serve some of the same needs as business, not all. But one of the large, businesses that I'm worried about is large renters, property owners that own multiple buildings that, taking 3 buildings together, realize they're going to wake up in April all suddenly having a charge of $125,000 due to these rate increases, right? And they're going to be passing that right along to their rental. So for a function of time, if I had to choose only one because it's getting later in the day, I would choose number 5, which is the next motion.
All right, and we will deal with 5 coming up. I just I'm gonna call the vote on this one, but the thing about, I mentioned this already, like MPI doesn't go out to the public when they set the rates. They go to a public body called the Public Utilities Board, right? Same with Manitoba Hydro. They're not out consulting, should we build by full three when we do need it? I mean, there's a debate about where to build it, but the public body there is the Public Utility Board. Here, the consultation happened, and anybody can go to the Public Utility Board. I don't know how many people do, but like seniors representatives go to the Public Utility Board all the time. They can come here, I'm just saying, they can come
We
here.
aren't under the Public Utility.
The people can come here. I know people are working during the day and all that kind of stuff, but we are the public entity that is dealing with water and waste proposal for various fees and rates, right? So anyway, I'll just.
And if I may, Councillor Edie, on that analogy though, that we are the entity, right? Because we aren't subject to the Public Utility Board. And to that end, yes, we're having a public hearing today, but also what the Public Utility Board does, to my point, is that they have paper reviews. They do direct interventions. They do have inquiry, research, consultations, careful deliberations, right? So that's what I'm asking for fundamentally is a type of careful deliberation on, a piece of research on an upcoming, as of next month activity. And so this is less than 2 weeks' notice.
Slightly different perspective, because since I've been on council and before, I paid a lot of attention to city councils for a lot of years. There's never a good time to raise property taxes or anything, right? Everybody will say no, right? That's what happens. There's never a good time. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. I'm gonna call the vote on this particular, on 4. All those in favor? Yeah, are those opposed? Councilor Chambers, are you opposed or for?
Yes.
Okay, you're opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed, yeah. And I am opposed, so the motion committee goes forward onto its next step towards council, I think.
So with that, the motion would be declared lost.
No, it's just lost.
It's just lost.
Correct.
So,
Yes.
well, no, because it didn't come from council.
Right.
Does that change your vote, Mr. Chair? To see it go on in part? Then you could amend it.
Well, could have amended it, but they're very long and there's element. Anyway, on that one, it's defeated then. I personally, I don't know if I would, but I would move something for a temporary program to help business in this trade war. But anyway, which is finance and economy, not us, right? So on number 5, would you like to introduce it?
So essentially the same motion. This one, again, if I was the public service, I'd say, well, Councilor Rowlands, why 60 days on the previous motion? That was and 30 days isn't the timing. So I would suggest a friendly amendment. I would completely accept on the days on the following, but the 30-day turnaround is a lot. However, it's not a lot when you consider that housing is a priority in the city of Winnipeg, and the utility rates to manage costs and more that we just accepted will impact affordability of residents, particularly housing affordability. Rent increases in conjunction with rising utility costs might mean a net loss of affordable housing units across the city, because we know that every large apartment building can, upon learning our rates, take that over to the residential tenancies branch and up the rate goes, which eliminates housing units, affordable housing units that way. So if you follow me, we are impacting the affordability of, low, affordable units across the city, because absolutely residential tenancies branch can just raise rents and permit those property owners to raise rents. So we know how that works, those of us that are concerned about housing. So this is, again, to ask the public service to look at the impact of rate increases on affordability for Winnipeg residents, particularly low-income families, and provide recommendations for expanding the existing affordability programs. Now, I'll note a mistake. It's Salvation Army's subsidy program, not Siloam Mission, as I've noticed. I apologize for that. But we also know that from last month's report, that subsidy program is $11,000. Very quick math, that's 5 people that has ever maybe applied. We don't keep data on that. So, but we do know the total spend. So while we heard the department is thinking about it, we don't have a timeline attached to that. So that seems to be an easy win, given that the department reported that they're looking at it. So I don't think 30 days is, 30 days is not necessarily appropriate. However, housing, poverty reduction, and more. The reports had an interesting analysis on those. And so it is the case, again, I really value the consideration of those things that council wants to get done this term, like housing, and the impact of this on housing, I think perhaps should have been thought about prior to the rate. So an analysis of the correlation between rent increases due to a higher utility rate and the loss of affordable housing within the city, and an outline, again, ongoing framework for transparency and governance in the rate setting process that includes a view towards housing and affordability measures. These are things that the department did say they considered, in particular affordability measures, mentioning that Salvation Army motion, $11,000 spend last month, and mentioning it again today. So the further resolution is to engage on the matters through consultations with affected residents, advocacy groups, and housing experts. I would volunteer to host any and all of those at the Fort Rouge-Eastport area on dime with budget. So this one's important. I was the former chair of housing. Very concerned about the net loss of housing due to affordability moves. I agree with you, Mr. Chair. There is no good time to raise taxes. There's no good time to raise rates. What I am saying is that transparency and governance is that there's always a good time for that. And it is, I appreciate that the department might be unaccustomed to that engagement, but that is why we have Felicia Wilshire, and that is why there is a comms person attached to water and waste in every department, because part of our key performance indicators is to make sure that there are folks at the other end of this table engaging. And in part, when there is not, that could be an us problem. And I'm suggesting here it is. So moved.
I'm gonna comment first, I guess. My colleagues have any comments, but I was just gonna. I was how can I say, I was grooving to the motion. However, there were some aspects that I had difficulty with, in terms of water and waste, going out to talk to various groups and organizations about it. But what did happen, I heard last Friday, when a lot of this stuff was going to the media, Canadian Center on Policy Alternatives came out and told us how many homes will become much less affordable, and that was, or if affordable at all, 10,000 households in the city of Winnipeg, of which most are probably within the inner city, not just downtown, but the inner city. So I don't know that we have to go out, look at that when you have solid evidence-based research that CCPA puts out. So, but I could see a value in, I have concerns about the programs we do have in place to assist affordability. We heard Mr. Shanks talk about it today, as well as we did get a verbal report last committee meeting. My thinking on this is the going out talk to, I know you want the transparency and stuff, but maybe they could come up with a way, I don't know, but I'm thinking they should come back with a report. I'm not ready to dismiss this thing. As you know, I'm worried about the same things as the city center community committee, as well as every other community committee, right? So I don't know how you're gonna feel about it, but I'm gonna ask for them to come back with a report. They may say they can or cannot do the consultation, but I would like to, but they need more. How many days would you need to come back with a report on this?
I guess it depends on what we're coming back with, I guess. I would just say that
Well, whether what's doable and what's not, and what, like,
well, I'd like to coordinate a little bit with our folks that work on the city's poverty reduction strategy. Like there is overall work going to that sort of thing. I can't really speak for their schedules right now, but I know in terms of I've already brought it up, but in terms of our own action plan to increase the folks that are aware of and eligible for our work through the Salvation Army. I would just we do have the number of account, like in 2023, there was 37 accounts. And that was at $10,000. 2024, it actually went down a little bit. There's 36 accounts and it was $9,800. But that I would caution against using that as a good indication of the need for the program.
Because a lot of people were
Don't know
declining the amount of money that
Exactly. A lot of people don't know about it. A lot of people might not have the ability to access it properly. And also, the eligibility, to your point, Councillor, the eligibility about how frequently you can use it and that sort of thing. Those are all things we want to change and look at, try to increase the accessibility of it. So to your point about what can we get back, if we had, we need at least 60 days to get any report back to council in terms of the processing time, but like 90 days, we could certainly talk to our plans, what we're trying to do for this part A of this motion, and because specifically speaks to our existing program, but also I could liaise with the folks working on the poverty reduction strategy and get something back in 90 days.
Well, I'm worried about the program we have. It's going to change, and Councillor Rowlands is very clear, and I agree with her. We're moving forward with this bill stuff. Like, we need that final report on all these programs, because there's some others, right? There's a couple other things that you're looking at in terms of affordability and people living in poverty, right? So
If I may, Mr. Chair, I have written a new motion that reduces the scope, reports back in 90 days. Considers the collaboration with CCPA's information, right? As you point out, and, you know, perhaps, you know, reduces the scope to something more doable, that to just 2 items, reporting back in 90 days with the impact of utility rate increases on affordability for Winnipeg residents, particularly low-income families, and provides recommendations for expanding the existing affordability programs, including the visibility and outreach for programs, which is a riff or a paraphrasing of what Mr. Shanks had indicated a month ago. Rightly identifies the Salvation Army's subsidy program, as opposed to the silo missions. My apologies for that. And with a specific focus on addressing the barriers for access for vulnerable equity deserving groups. And then 2, an analysis of the correlation between rent increases due to higher utility rates and the loss of affordable housing units within the city, presenting strategies to mitigate the impact using the CCPA data. So we'll just agree with CCPA, it's 10,000 units. And that's it. Whether or not the public's, where, you know, I think it's important to say, whether or not it's at Water and Waste, Finance or Economic Development, or within the CAO's office of which holds the Community Development Unit that used to be in Community Services, Chris Brenz's unit, the Poverty Reduction Strategy. You know, the last part of the motion always indicates public service, do all things. So that part to me is not material. You know, argument notwithstanding with the clerk's office, you know, I do expect a whole of government approach on supporting council motions. And so I think this is, I'm willing to compromise more, but 90 days on number 1, which is substantially what Mr. Shanks told us they were doing to prep for water and rate increases. It wasn't done in time, I'll point out, but it, you know, it was on top of his mind last month. And an analysis between the rent increases due to higher utility rates using CCPA. I mean, I'm going to their breakfast next month. I trust the CCPA data. We can start at the 10,000 unit mark of loss, but that goes more towards the transparency and governance pieces that I'm concerned with. So I'm happy to move. I'm just as happy to move something like that.
Not sure Mr. Harris is captured.
Yep, I reduced it even further than the motion that I sent you, but
Yep, the motion has been understood by the clerk. Did you want to remove portions from what you had sent me, or would you like it as?
yeah, I can do it as delivered versus what I sent you.
And with that, this would fall under the jurisdiction of the committee, so would not need to go up to EBC council.
Right. Okay, so it's under our jurisdiction. So any other comments?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at supporting this housing affordability and utility rate increases. In terms of, you know, what I've been looking at is that residential tenancies branch does set the rate increases, usually between 1.7 and 3%. They can't go any higher than 3%. I'll also look to see if there's any information that can be gleaned in terms of how many apartments or multifamilies charge utilities above what they charge for rent. For the most part, water is included. They charge extra utilities such as like internet and cable and phone and hydro. But affordability is something that, you know, is top of mind for everybody right now, especially with the looming tariffs. and what impacts that will have. So I am looking at supporting this, so,
Great.
if the amendment, what are the amendments that you're looking, or what are the changes that we're looking at making?
So I changed the scope.
Including,
I eliminated the 3 part, and so it's just 1 and 2 now, and even 1 and 2 are reduced with more time. So
With
the
more
main
time,
changes is 30 to 90 days. Having the impact of utility rate increases on affordability stays, but it it changes just, I actually misnamed Siloam. And then an analysis of correlation between rent increases stays, but it uses the data in collaboration with the CCPA, so the department need not truth that themselves, will just accept that on board.
Okay.
Thanks to the CCPA. And so, still looking at mitigation to mitigate the impact.
Well, we're gonna hear about, so 90 days. I would point out, and I could be corrected where I'm wrong, you did mention something about apartment blocks, but once an apartment block is quite sizable, the bins that need to be used means they go to a private service, is that right? So like,
this isn't, this is
well, this is about.
utility rates.
No, I know it's, she did mention. She did mention, and they, just so you know, the public service at our last, when you talked verbally, they know that they have to add in a waste management fee capability into that program, right?
Okay.
So I, just for clarification though, the city, at a certain number of apartment units, the city isn't serving them, right?
The base level of service is 120 meters of service per dwelling unit. So regardless of the size, we will provide service if it's residential.
What's the largest bin size you'll deal with?
Well, we'll give you multiple bins. So the largest bin we had was a 6,000 liter bin.
6,000, that's the 5 cubic meter bin?
6
cubic meter.
I mean,
6 cubic meters and 6.
6 cubic meter, okay. So slightly bigger than the 5. Okay. So if it goes beyond that, you provide double that?
or multiple pickups within a week.
Oh, I see, okay. So you're really serving all apartment class buildings right now?
The ones that have opted in.
Well, it's an optional for them, right?
Yeah, it's
Right,
an option.
okay. Right, so, okay, all right.
So let's remember all this when we get to that debate about 10-foot wide driveways for fourplexes. Coming to your house, coming here later tonight, tomorrow we get the proposal. Anyway. Bins, driveways, fourplex.
By the way,
Duly noted.
I lived at a fourplex and all, what is it, ×2, so all 8 bins basically sat on the back lane because there's no room on the property to store them. Anyway, but I digress. Are we ready for me to call the question on the new motion being proposed by?
Yep. There you go.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Nobody's opposed. That is carried. Thank you, Councillor Rollins. Moving on to report number 6, is that the St. Mary's Road?
Yes.
Yeah. This is pretty well one that needs to happen because there's been approved development and they need to do a transition. The cost is what totally covered by the developer, right?
Yes, yeah, this is a pretty standard procedure. We need get council permission to enter into these agreements so that the developer can adjust the land drainage system and then we inherit the system, like they're working on our system to make allowance for what they're building. So yeah, it's pretty straightforward. I think we've had like one of these the last 3 meetings in a row, actually.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just
You
one
wanna
question, then I'll move it. So yeah, I almost expect more of these, but this is Builder. I don't know how big I must have voted for it. I can't remember how big the building is. I don't think it's closed anywhere in there. we don't expect more of these, but this is at their cost to hook up to the land drainage. I mean, this is what we're gonna see a lot of, I think, in the CSO districts. This is,
Yeah, basically, it's a swap of some catch basins and an extension of the land drainage sewers such that they're of the city's infrastructure such that their lot can have that capacity.
gotta be multifamily, right? You know, and our Cynthia Weave has been asked that question. So it's gotta be three units or more. If it's,
I'm not sure if those are details, I'll have to confirm that after the
yeah, that's fine. No, this is good that we're enforcing. It's good that we're doing this. We should be vigilant about this. So otherwise we're spending $1 billion and it's like 2 steps up and 1 step back. So I'll move public service recommendations on report 6.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Nobody's opposed, that's carried. Another one for you, Counselor Mays.
Yes, a good San Vitalia, Darcy Granoff has resigned from the Climate Action Resilience Committee, I think to take a position with the city of Winnipeg, actually, which is good news for us. So we had someone who had applied previously, had been very close to being named. So my recommendation was let's offer it to that person and they've, and they, I guess I think they go by they, not sure, they have accepted that offer, so the motion is to appoint Lindsay Villeneuve for a 2-year term expiring at the end of 26.
Okay, so I'm going to call the question. Thanks for your work that you're doing on this committee, Counselor Mays. I think you do a great job on the environment and working at this stuff. So anyway, all those in favor?
Aye.
Nobody's opposed. That is carried. Thank you.
Move to German.
Moving adjournment. Thank you, Counselor Rowlands. All those in favor?
Aye.
Nobody's opposed. That's carried. Thank you.